to the top, got a filled up engine. In my thoughts, obsession, I will not stop, no, I'm never second guessing. I got a God complex, haters love to hate, but I never feel pressed. Got a lot on my plate, but I never get stressed.
Yo, here we go. Grandma, yes, you were me. Look
Look at what I said. It won't let me change my avatar unless I'm signed in. But when I sign in, I'm showing up as you.
Why?
I don't know. You need to go in there and take me off as an admin so I can do whatever I want to myself.
This is weird. Hi, everybody.
I know.
Today's a wonderful day.
Yay.
It's going to be an emotional day. Hold on a minute. Jesus. What a pain. And then I'm going to have to add you later, Grandma. You know why, right?
Yeah.
So I got to leave this open. So, don't forget. Hi, Rody. So, we're going to watch this real quick. This is Nate interviewing JJ's grandparents. Very emotional. He speaks so good.
One year later, 1 year, a guilty verdict. It's not over. We're able to breathe. It's a sad day. JJ would have been 12 years old, guys. For what? For what? What has been accomplished by the murder of Charles, a good man, a wonderful man, a great father?
Tonight's dinner, it's going to be great with McCormick.
And I heard you quit.
Things change. This is not a typical murder.
Tylee, a young lady that had everything in her life ahead of her. She was beautiful, witty, amazing, intelligent. My little man, Canaan, Todd, Trahan, Joshua, Jackson, Vallow, a 7-year-old autistic child. For what? What did they accomplish? Nothing. What did they do? They destroyed families. Tammy. What did they do? They destroyed a mind that was developing minds, the wonderful minds of children. She loved what she was doing. It's obviously she loved her family. For what? And I'm not going to even put up the 3 words that the prosecution put on the screens, because it's an insult to all of them. I don't even want to say them. But what Chad and Lori can't take from us is our memories. They can't take that. They can't destroy it. They can't erase it. Our memories are what we have. That's what we have left, our memories. Our pictures will fade somewhat. Our memories will fade a little bit. But I think through it all, we will all retain the wonderful memories of what we had and what we lost. I'm happy it's over. And it's 99.9% over. There's one stage left. And I will say this, whatever verdict, whatever sentence the court and the jurors decide on, I will absolutely live with it. I want to thank the jurors. I hope they get help if they need it. They've heard and they've seen things that they can't unhear and they can't unsee. I've seen the photographs. I had to put my hands on JJ in those photographs. I put my hands on Tammy's arms in those photographs. Those photographs and those bruises were made by these. It was not books. It was not falling down. I seen them. I studied them. Tammy, I hope you're teaching kindergarten. I hope you're providing wonderful books to the children. JJ, you're 12 years old. JJ, Papa loves you. JJ, I miss you. But JJ, I will see you one day. Tylee, I hope you have grown to be a beautiful woman. I hope you get and you make everything you wanted to be of yourself. The Lord is with y'all. He is protecting y'all. Judge Boyce, I can't imagine a finer judge to be before in this case than Judge Boyce. I don't think there's one appealable speck of evidence. Prosecution done a mighty job. One piece at a time. They laid the foundation. They spoke well. They spoke clearly. Thank y'all.
We sent you to America so you could be our mole.
There's treachery within our ranks.
Mr. Pryor, I want to thank you. I thought you did an admirable job. You had a job to do. I told you years ago, I wanted you to do the best you could. I told all the defense attorneys, do the best you can. That's all we ask. Do the best for your clients. One of the last things, I want to thank the media. The media has been amazing. No one in the media, almost no one in the media, has been out of place. A couple that were a little bit out of place, they're not here. This is not what this is about. The media is here to produce a product that justifies everybody. The media has done an outstanding job. I want to thank every one of you. Lastly, the audience that has been here months, day in, day out, away from their home, some away from their children. They go home, and I hope every one of these gentlemen and ladies that have children, you go home, you hug your children. Take lots of photographs. If I had a do-over for the last 5 years, I'd have taken 1 million photographs. Nobody ever anticipates that we're going to lose somebody. Nobody is guaranteed tomorrow. We all know that. Nobody is guaranteed tomorrow. Hug who you want to hug. Tell who you want to tell you love them. Tell them that. Be honest. Just be truthful. And most of all, guys, let's just do the right things. If you see something that's not right, say something. Don't be afraid to speak up. Let's be kind to the people that surround us. Let's be loving to the people that love us. Thank y'all. And turn out the lights. The party's over. Questions? Questions? Questions?
What was going through your heart at the moment that Daybell verdict was being read aloud?
I forgot to breathe. I did. I realized that I wasn't breathing. I had quit breathing. And I said to myself, you got to breathe. Our wonderful friend Lauren said, do your deep breathing exercise.
It seemed as if you were whispering something to yourself, maybe prayers and thanks.
I did. That's where I forgot to breathe. I was praying. I was praying for a just verdict, and we got it.
Larry, what did you think of Chad Daybell's lack of emotion, lack of reaction in the second stone face?
I think it's Chad. I think it's how he deals with his issues. I feel sorry that he can't cry. I feel sorry for him that he can't show emotion. As y'all all know, there's not one person here in this wonderful crew of people that we have called family that I don't want to hug. I don't offer a hug. I don't offer a handshake. It's sad when you can't do that. For what? I think if he'd have learned to have done that, maybe none of this would have happened. Show emotion. Tell people you love them. Don't be afraid to not to. One of the last things I want to tell you, we would have never made this without each other. I want y'all to know this is the strongest lady on earth. One of these days she's going to cry. She hadn't done it in a long time. It's over with. We're going to go back home to Louisiana in the near future. We're going to take our time getting there because we need to stop and smell some roses for a while. We need a chance to look at this beautiful state, this beautiful country, the states that are in between here in Louisiana.
Are you going to celebrate tonight? You want dinner?
Are we?
I don't know. We haven't made decisions yet.
Oh, okay. She's a boss. I just talk and show up. Yes. Somewhere. Where do I know? When do I know? No. Like I said, Kate just says, "Hey, let's go here." I said, "Okay, let's go." There's some people that I'd like to call out. Lauren, you and Dr. John, I don't know what we'd have done without you. My little man, Banks, he made my heart heal. I love him so much. I look out here and I'm amazed that y'all are willing to stand up out in the sun and let this old man talk and not say, "That's enough. Y'all shut up. Shut up, old man."
Let me know when I'll do it.
But I thank every one of y'all. There's so many that I want to call out. So many friends we've made. They're not friends. Y'all aren't friends anymore. Y'all are our family. And if you ever come to South Louisiana, Shy, I'm going to feed you some crawfish and some etouffee. Thank y'all so much.
Okay.
Well, God bless them.
Yeah, right? Do you see how much weight they have lost?
Yeah.
Very sad. Turn out the lights. The party's over. Okay. I wonder if his kids will be there. Doubt it. Doubt it.
Yeah. What about Emma and Garth? Shouldn't they be digging a big hole for themselves?
Well, I sure hope they get some charges.
Well, I hope they're facing perjury charges because they lied.
Yep. And there, you know what? There's proof. There's proof besides the grand jury, but on TV.
Yeah.
Come on. You guys lied. Why are they protecting him like that? And Emma's a teacher. Wouldn't you be afraid to have your kid? She's talking about light and dark herself. How she rates people. Oh, I don't think they'll be here either. Nope.
Digging a big hole to hide in because the cops are coming after them next.
Yeah, I hope so.
I hope they face perjury charges.
And then
Horrible.
lied about them being at a gym and the police officer or detective coming up to him. And he never did.
Pretty sobering day. Well, you're proud of me. I finally got an avatar to stick up there.
Yeah, what is that?
It's the Space Needle in Seattle.
What is that?
You don't know what the
Louisiana?
Space Needle is.
I don't know what that is.
The Space Needle was built in like 62 or 61 for the World's Fair in Seattle. And it's still there. And there's a huge science center there, and all kinds of activities go on there. And
Really?
it's a massive landmark.
I didn't know that.
I know. And the top of it up there that looks like the spaceship, that part rotates. So you can go up there and sit in the restaurant and it rotates.
You've got to be kidding me.
No, we went, John and I
Is it in the
went up
water?
there. Huh?
Is it in the water?
No, those are clouds.
No, I'm just asking. It's not in
No,
the
it's
water.
on land. It's on land.
Okay, thank God.
It's in the middle of like a big, huge park type area in the city.
Oh God, I got to turn up my phone. Shit. No,
Yeah, John and I went up to the top of the Space Needle for New Year's Eve one time and partied up there, and it's turning and there's fireworks going off all around it, and it was really cool.
Don't you get dizzy?
No, it turns slowly.
Okay.
There's a big restaurant up there, and you just sit at the restaurant tables, and it slowly turns, and it's pretty neat. It's not like a carnival ride.
At least it ain't in water, though.
But there's a very big, like enclosed glass, like walkway, so you can go outside of it and everything.
Jeez, that's kind of cool. But I don't like water. I'm gonna die in water. That's my fear. Fear I'm gonna be in my car and die. I can't go on a bridge with water underneath. People pick on me. We used to go on bike runs, okay? And we went to, I can't remember what state it was, but it was a bridge. And it was a bridge that you, oh God. Okay. It was not tar. There were spaces in between. You could see the water. And they all thought it was fucking funny. It was horrible. I had to close my eyes and I started panicking. And so he made sure that he went really fast over it. I'm not kidding. It was awful.
Have you ever seen that really old video of, they called it Galloping Gertie, where the bridge is like, moving and wiggling? That's in Tacoma, which isn't far from Seattle.
Nope, never, ever, ever.
Well, they rebuilt it.
And then his friends got mad at me because he used to try to, that's my ex, not my kid's ex. Try to scare me by going fast, right? But his friends got mad because he was doing 110 with me on it, the bike. It didn't scare me, but they got mad. I'm like, okay, Ray, it's not working.
That's not funny.
And so, so did my kid's dad. 3 years ago, he came over there in his Harley. Had to take me for a ride because he's shoving that shit in my face. So, of course, Kayla's got to get it on video. So that was kind of weird.
You don't like going fast on motorcycles?
It feels so good. It's such a freedom.
I love motorcycles. And I'll be in town with Mom and something, and I'll be going, oh God, look at that bike. Mostly Harleys, nice ones. People driving
I
nice
got
ones.
over 100 Harley shirts, hoodies, 5 leather jackets, everything Harley. But my
I love
daughter's
them.
like, we got to get you in different kind of clothes, Mom.
My mom keeps going, do you really like motorcycles? Don't you? I'm like, there is nothing like it. There's nothing like riding on the motorcycle and just feeling the wind and in your face.
Oh, I love going on bike runs. You want to know why? Because we would stop at every Harley shop, okay, on the way to where we're going. Buy clothes, buy jewelry, buy sunglasses. That's the only thing me and him did that I love. Huh?
It's so expensive now, though, at their shops, at the Harley stores. You know.
Well, yeah, they are, but I would
They
save my
are.
money because I'd make sure I pay my own way. We went to Arkansas once. That was quite the ride. And Iowa.
I don't like Arkansas.
Well, his brother lived out there. And then I would sit on the back, and then I'd wrap my legs around him. That's how comfortable I was.
Yeah, I love riding. That's great. Oh, well, what time did they say?
9 o'clock. That's why I'm waiting. See? Waiting for Judge Boyce.
Oh, 9 o'clock their time?
No, my time. So it'd be 8 o'clock their time.
Oh, yeah, should be any minute then.
Yep. But you know Idaho.
Well, that's not what it says right there.
Amanda says 15 minutes, apparently.
It says waiting for Judge Boyce, May 31st at 9 a.m. That's their time, right?
No, it's my time. You go to your YouTube, and it's going to say for you 10 o'clock. Go check it out.
I'm looking at this screen up there.
No, go to yours, not mine. Go to yours, Judge Boyce's channel, and it's going to tell you 10 a.m.
It's just weird.
You'll see.
All right, fine. Judge Boyce. Sure enough, it do.
It says 10, right?
Yeah, so come on then.
Yep.
I'm still pissed off about yesterday.
Hi, everybody who's here. What's up? What happened?
About the Trump thing. I'm mad.
That is a bunch of bullshit. Did you watch his press conference?
Yes.
It's not the end, and I knew it wouldn't be.
But there's, you got all the opposition, I guess you could say, and they're all like gloating and thinking this is great, and they're stupid because they don't understand what's about to happen.
Right.
Some of us read books and things about what is happening and how it's been happening for a while, and they don't know what's coming. I do, but they don't.
What's sick is look at all these people let into our country, and here they come over with diseases and shit.
Well, that's it. They're not inoculated against smallpox or polio or any of these things that, measles, and we're having a resurgence of these things now.
And I heard they get they put them up in like an area. They get food stamps and a free phone.
That's not all they get.
What about our military people?
Our veterans.
Yes. What about our veterans? But
Yeah,
no. And then you got all the criminals from there, bad people coming over here. You're going to see crime rate go up and everything. Good job, Biden. Good job, Biden.
I don't think people understand that this is part of the plan, is to get everybody on a government program so that the government takes care of everyone. And then when the government says y'all gonna have to work in a workhouse and do your bid or you're not gonna have any food. And I'm telling you, it's coming.
What about your grandchildren when they go up? There's not going to be any Social Security for them. Watch and see.
No, there won't be, because it's going to be a global economy.
Yep.
That's what they're headed towards. No borders, global economy, a handful of people that are, running the banks and running the food, and they're in charge of everything, and they'll just make those decisions for us. We'll own nothing and like it.
It's pretty scary, actually, if you think about it.
I've been reading on this. I'm reading a book I got, and it's freaking frightening how long this stuff's been going on. And yeah, there's a plan.
And I, like when I was watching those, the verdict on different channels, did you notice that they were only showing supporters that were against Trump?
Yep.
They made it look like it was only supporters there that did not back Trump. Did you notice that?
Yeah, I was expecting it.
Well, he's going to become the next president. Watch.
Well, there's going to be a revolution too. And it's going to be ugly. All right, Judge. We're ready, Judge Boyce.
I want to see Chad in not street clothes now. He had no reaction. Hey, I want to show you the pictures that Nate put up. Here we go. Hold on.
Oh, of Chad's non-reaction?
Yeah, it's wonderful.
It's creepy. Freaking creepy.
He's a weirdo.
Yeah, he is.
He is. Oh, come on.
Jumpsuit and cuffs. No doubt.
So Nate got to take a bunch of pictures.
Leg irons. Put him in the leg irons.
Oh, God, it would be wonderful to see that. Okay, let's see. Where are we? Let's see where you and me are. Let's take us down there. No, let's go here. Let's go on top. Yeah. All right. There's that. Look at that lady there. Look at the marshals.
Mm-hmm.
Look at him.
Nothing. That's how he felt when he was doing his dirty work to these kids. Nothing.
That's it? Yep, that's it.
I can't stand him.
Okay, hold on. Get back here. I don't want to miss nothing. Nada. Okay, let's take a commercial break.
They call me a god. They call me a god. They call me a god. They call me a god.
Let's go. I'm about to go off like a weapon. Fuel to the top, got a filled up engine. In my thoughts, obsession. I will not stop, no, I'm never second guessing. I got a God complex. Haters love to hate, but I never feel pressed. Got a lot on my plate, but I never get stressed.
Grandma. You're so funny. Hey,
Pissed.
Yard, it must have been Facebook yesterday, would not let me go live from StreamYard to Facebook.
Yeah,
Does
what
not
was
let-
that?
I have no idea. I was so mad. I thought maybe I was in Facebook jail.
I know. That was weird.
I was thinking that. I'm like, oh God. What did I do now?
What did I do now?
Oh, no. I swear to God, I'm picked on.
I want to see the little baby on that short
What baby?
next to the judge's window there. It's got a baby on your screen.
Yeah, I know. I don't know how
Look at that, so cute. Look
I'm
at
not
that little
gonna-
baby.
There we go. I love Skid Row. Sebastian Bach. Yes.
Ugh.
You're kidding.
No.
Okay, back in the day, he's hot. What are you talking about, man?
Thought he was
Holy
ugly.
crap.
Freaking
No,
ugly.
he isn't.
Yeah, ugly.
No, he. That's it. We're going to fight now.
No,
Not
that's ugly.
Look at how hot he is, you guys. I'm going to show you right now. Oh my God, he's so hot. That's what my ex looked like. He looked just like him.
God.
Yes.
No, he
I
was
think
not
he tried.
looking.
I think he tried to, though. See? That's just it. We're going to watch some Sebastian Bach just for a second.
All right,
Yes.
go ahead.
We'll start it out with this. Yes. Mhm.
Recordings just got better. Hey, it's Dana from StreamYard. I'm so excited to announce that local recording
I don't know what you people think. That's right.
Yeah, right. I could give you a list of other rockers that are far better looking.
No. Believe me. No.
Oh,
This
yeah.
man can sing. He's got the looks. He got the stage presence. And when you see him in concert, he sounds just like this. That's right. This is like 1991, people. That's right. I don't care what any of you say. That dude's hot.
You're wrong. Look back.
No, I'm not. I am not.
Yes, his jaw. I hate his jaw and his teeth, and I hate his scrawny chest. And
Oh God, come on. You know
no,
what?
look at old pictures of Roger Daltrey from
No. Mm-mm.
Yeah, look at his pants. Woo.
All heavy metal for me. All heavy metal. And like Metallica, James Hetfield. Do you ever watch how he plays his guitar? Oh yeah. I've seen them in concert too. Guns N' Roses, Saliva. Yes. How about that Motley Crue?
Ugh.
Yes. Vince Neil
No.
back in the day.
No.
He can't sing no more though. Who do you think is cute? Roger who?
You're like, what?
I'm going to look him up. Roger Daltrey. Is that what you said?
Yeah. British singer, actor, Roger Daltrey. Look at him when he was young. Look at him singing live.
Nada. Oh my God. Are you kidding me?
Look at him pants.
Oh my God, people. Look at what she thinks is hot.
Okay.
Nah, I don't think so. Nope. Nope. Check this
What?
out.
What?
No, I'm sorry.
I need a guy that has some ass.
I can't do this. No way.
That is not a good picture. His hair was
I
blonde.
don't care. You said the younger one, so there you go.
Yeah, younger.
Let's look at an older one. Okay, let's do this.
Don't get up. Oh,
Look at him. No, come on. Look at him.
Oh,
come on, Grandma.
Look at his pants, dude. I'm telling you.
See, look at people. Grandma
Okay.
Grandma, look at that.
Dude. He's 65 years old there.
And ooh, you want to see a mobster on here? I'm gonna show you this guy. For in the 70s, he was the boss of was it Gambino? No, I can't remember which one. Michael Francie. That's his name, Francie. There's like 3 mob guys. That's right. That's right, Michael. Let's see. I got to get a good picture of him here. Let's see. Video.
Jones.
Yes. Okay, here we go.
Roger Daltrey did Tommy. How can you not know our pinball wizard?
Okay, let's check out. This is a mob boss. Gambino? No. Colombo family. Hold on. Here we go, people. I can't play his video. I might get a strike. There you go. There you have it. Look at that mob boss. He's in the 70s. That's right. Can you believe there's 3 that I know for sure? Sammy the Bull, Michael, and then Chris Colombo. They have YouTube channels.
Yeah.
Come on now. It all happened during COVID.
Yeah, because nobody could talk to him anymore.
But Michael never ratted on anybody. He did his time. And they something like $51 million he lost to the government. But he didn't rat on nobody. He did his time. But he does say that, he has bodyguards. You know who Sam Elliott, his voice. Woohoo!
I love Sam Elliott's voice. Oh my God.
I do too. What's going on there, Judge Boys? Get on it. So yes, I got to watch me some Bach. Sebastian Bach. He's aging well, and he don't sing like he used to, but he can hit those high notes. I mean, Christ, these guys are in their 60s, 70s. Come on.
What?
I said, come on. I hate waiting. Can't they be on time? I hate that. Oh, here we go. Here we go. They heard me. Something's going on with my banner. I can't be having that. What's going on here? There we go. Yeah, one of my exes had long hair, longer than mine, and I was pretty pissed off about it, but you know. I used to braid it. Down to his butt. Oh, Grandma, what are you doing?
I'm showing you a beautiful man. Arr.
What is that? Oh,
That's Oded Fair from the Money movie or the Mummy movies.
the Mummy movies? I don't
Oh
know.
my gosh, he's Israeli and he's smoking.
He's smoking hot, huh?
Yeah. And now he's older. Now he's older, so he looks like all silver haired and he's still gorgeous. Oh, God.
Oh, God.
Still gorgeous. God. That man's beautiful.
Is he man pretty? Okay, TikTok didn't take down my video. Thank God. I had to check. I figured they might, but they didn't, thank God. They just put like a warning on there for people.
For what?
A video I put on TikTok. I'm really careful what I put on TikTok because they're very strict. No more lion fire video. What's that?
No more loin fire video.
What's that? What is that?
Fire in your loins. That means in your genitalia. Stop showing hot dudes.
Oh my God, yes.
Hey, this is the only enjoyment I get. So
I'm thinking, you know what? Like
I'm
my
about the
ex,
eye candy.
I swear he would watch him, how he walked, his presence, and Tommy Lee. I swear to God. I swear to God. I said, you're trying to be like them, aren't you? He went from like Tommy Lee to Sebastian Bach. I broke up with him now after 7 years. Had enough.
Oh, it just took you 7 years to get over it.
No, I was with him for 7 years. But he wouldn't get out of mommy's house. Pissed me off. I was done.
Oh, God, you guys are funny. They're calling us perverts.
No.
No, we're neglected women, and we ain't dead yet.
No.
So, you know.
Watch out. Anything could happen from now, okay? Who cares if we're in our 50s? It don't matter.
Well, I'm like almost out of my 50s now. Come on.
You're still young. What are you talking about?
Damn, I ain't ever doing nothing ever again with anybody. Soon as they do that, they own you. No.
I just don't trust no one no more. That's my problem.
Trust them fuckers anymore. Sorry. Used a bad word. I'm sorry.
Well, been hurt, and then they stalk you. I'm still being stalked after all these years. It's fucking weird. I don't understand it. I was really pissed because I checked on the one order protection I had, and it ran out. I see him every now and then, like in town. Like I remember seeing him at the grocery store. I'm like, oh my God, hell no. What is he doing here? At the drugstore, shit like that.
No way.
You don't live out here.
If I saw my first husband at this point in my life, I think I would just break his teeth. I've just had enough. He owes me a lot of money.
Oh. Yep.
Deadbeat.
Okay. Go buy me something, okay?
You're gonna go to the shop? What kind of shop is it? For grocery items.
Okay, Kayla just got to work here.
Chad's days of loin fire are up in smoke now. Chad is gonna have to, like, put away the storm. The storm.
Oh.
Ooh, I wonder if they will keep them like close to each other and then allow them to visit each other. That's gross.
This is interesting because they both have felonies. I don't think they'll be able to communicate.
Well, I don't think they are because they were, co-conspirators. But they are married, so like how do they deny them conjugal visits?
They won't have conjugal. They don't do that no more. Anywhere.
Yes, they do.
Where? Tell
I know
me. Let me look it up. I'm looking up right now.
Look it up right now. States that allow conjugal visits. Yes, they do.
I know. Whatchamacallit? California did. What states? What states?
Washington.
Okay. California, Connecticut, New York, and Washington. That's it. That's crazy. Of course, California. So 4 states still allow that.
Yep, Washington does.
But I'm sure it's not people that kill people.
Yes.
Well, I will research and find out if killers get to do that. I would see people in like a low, medium security.
They are a privilege for prisoners who have exhibited good behavior during their incarceration.
Controversy about these. Okay, they just did a thing about it.
The U.S. Supreme Court and federal courts have held that prisoners do not have a constitutional right to conjugal visits. While some prisoners and their spouses have filed lawsuits arguing for such rights, courts have consistently rejected these claims, finding no constitutional basis for conjugal visitation. Yeah, they still do it in Washington.
Guards have to be there? Oh my God.
Right outside the room.
Well, still.
So that they can't escape.
San Quentin. Let me look here.
Can you imagine?
Mm-mm.
Oh, here we go.
At San Quentin, conjugal visits will no longer be available for people serving life sentences.
Yeah, well, there you go.
Yep.
Come on now.
I know, right?
Court, you are late. What's the matter? Is Chatty having fits over the strip search this morning?
For the rest of his life.
And he has to be here. He has to be here to hear the victim impact statements, right?
Yep.
He has to. He's required.
Yep.
See, I don't understand how some people, like, say, Adam Montgomery, were not required to be there during their whole entire
that was
trial.
weird.
I don't think it helped him.
Mm-mm.
I don't think it helped him to stay out. I just think that he just avoided getting strip searched every day. Well, hello, little Otis. Hello,
What was
sweet
I
boy.
saying about that?
Hi, sweet boy. Get kisses from our baby.
Dad's gonna have fun in that prison. Let me tell you,
Hello.
he's a child killer. He'll be in protective custody.
Ooh.
Watch.
Oh, Otis has been outside in the sun. He is very, very warm. Wow.
I'll be right back.
He's so spoiled. Good morning, Misty. Welcome back. Welcome back. We're just waiting for the judge. He late. You're welcome. Glad you could join us today. My puppy just jumped up and scratched my leg half to death. So, like, I'm obviously mortally wounded from puppy scratch. Ouch. Nala, get that Nala in here. Sweet little girl, Nala.
My sweet little girl. Does hold on.
Oh, good morning, Nala. Good morning, sweet pretty girl. Good morning, sweet pretty girl.
Say hi to the people.
Say hi to the people. Say hi to your sister. Did you boot yourself off of there?
Yes, I did.
There you
That
are.
was funny. Kayla, say hi to your sister.
That's right. Kayla, your sister is on TV.
What's funny with my grandkids? Like when I show them like a YouTube video and they're on it, especially my one grandson, my oldest kid, little boy, they think they're on TV. Isn't that funny?
Why do they get
Hey, hi,
sweet?
Missy. Hi. How you doing? Hey, hi, how you doing?
All right.
Right on. You be good today.
Uh-oh.
No.
Otis. Hi,
Otis
sweet
will
boy.
not. I told you, Otis will not let him get near me. John, try to touch
is that
my
what
shoulder.
now?
Watch.
Otis.
Wait till Otis sees. Otis. Say, Daddy. Otis. Daddy, touch me. Oh, you want up? Come up here. Come on. Oh. No, see, he
Otis,
protects
hi,
me.
sweet boy. Hi,
He
sweet
protects
boy.
me. No, he will attack Daddy. No one
What
does.
kind of dog is he? You guys, she says that he's a Chihuahua. I don't
He's
believe
half-
her. She's
He's
lying.
half Chihuahua and half Jack Russell.
He is not.
Yes, he
I see no
is.
Chihuahua in him. Grandma, did you hear that? Chihuahua. I don't see any Chihuahua. You know what? Did I tell you? Because Nala comes with me into stores. Okay. All right. This lady comes up. My dad was holding her while I was checking out. And she goes, "Oh, is she a Chihuahua?" I'm like, "What? This is not a Chihuahua."
But have you
And
ever
Grandma,
seen like a long-haired Chihuahua? It looks very similar.
No.
I'm just saying she was confused, but yeah, they do look similar.
What did you say she looked like to you? Let's look it up.
A papillon.
How do you spell that?
P-A-P.
Oh, okay.
I-L-L-O-N.
Let's see. No,
looks like-
she don't.
Yes.
Get out of here. No, she doesn't.
Show me screen share, so I can see what you're looking at.
Look Look at how big this dog's ears are. Come on now. Look at this. Come on.
Look
Nala
at that.
Look it.
It's
Nala
hair.
I don't care. Nala does not look like that.
Oh my God. Scroll down and find one that doesn't look exactly like that. Not all of them have that much hair.
Oh my God, that's ridiculous.
They have pointy ears.
This is not Nala.
Look at the one down there. Look. Not all of them have great big bat ears.
This is not
look at
Nala.
them. Look at the little white one down there.
No. This one? She's a damn Pomeranian. Get it through your head, woman.
I'm just telling you, she looks a lot like a Papillon because the shape of her ears. Is that not what I said?
Look at how big the ears are, though.
Not all of them are that big.
I don't care. Look at this one. It don't got long hair.
I know. That's a Papillon puppy.
Oh, how dare you say that about Nala?
Oh my God.
She don't look like
I am not offending that dog by saying her ears are similar to a Papillon.
I don't like those ears. Nala is cute. Sweet little girl. Now come here.
Those are cute.
Sweet little girl.
You're a horrible person.
I am? Oh no,
Yeah.
I'm not. I'm gonna stick Nala after you. No, Nala loves everybody.
I am gonna find
that barking. She took off on me. Okay, she got out of the car.
Just a minute. Just a
then
minute.
Then a guy
There's
was.
Did you know that there's Papillon and
you're cutting out.
That they have Papillon and Pomeranian mixed dogs. Do you know that they look just like Nala?
No. I got her from a breeder. I seen the parents.
I know.
And the vet says yes, she's a Pomeranian.
You shut up.
Shut the hell up. Shut up.
You see this one? You see that, baby?
No.
You see them?
That does not look like Nala. Look at how big those ears are. Come on now. Those ears are too big.
Look, do you see that?
The ears are too big. Stop that. Stop it.
These are Papillon and Pomeranian mix doggies, and look at them. They are so cute. Look, they are so cute. This little black one that's there. That's
Here's Nala. I found Nala. Okay, you guys. Grandma?
Right, just okay, stop sharing. Okay.
Oops. Grandma.
What?
There's a Nala right here. Here we go. Look at there's Nala. There's Nala.
She wishes she was that fluffy.
Look at my sweet little girl. Look at Nala here. Here's Nala. See, guys? There's my sweet little girl. You see?
Oh, God, you're so easy to get all twisted up. Your panties in a bunch, girl. Your panties in a bunch.
Listen. I got to be right about everything. You know that.
Oh,
God.
But
if I'm not, I'm like, oh, fuck, I'm wrong. But yeah, I got to get my point out because I don't want to forget it. And I love to cut Grandma.
All the time.
I do. Poor Grandma deals with me. But believe me, guys, she really deals with me on a daily basis.
You bust my balls like every day.
I do. I know I do.
What is this judge's name again? Is Boyd or Boyce?
Yeah. Yep.
I am looking for my page back that I had. There we go.
Oh,
Stephen W.
Who's that?
Stephen W. Voice.
Oh. You said Stephen W. I'm like, what?
Stephen W. Boyce. State versus Daybell. Still in recess. Because they're dumb and they don't know what time that they said that they were going to start. And what did I say?
Liars. They lied.
I
got shit to do. They got to hurry up.
You got shit to do.
Should I call the courthouse?
Yeah, you guys, Kit's right. She's totally mean to me. And I am very calm with her. And I am done when she's done raving, because I just wait for her to rant. Yeah. And then she takes a breath and she goes, oh, sorry. She'll like rant for a while and then I'll go, no, look at this, look at that. And she'll go, oh, sorry.
Or I'll say, and there's that. And there's
25-minute rant and a little 2-second. I'm sorry. It's because I'm very good natured.
Yeah, you put up with a lot with me. She does, people.
I am patient with everybody until, and then I get to the point where I'm like,
don't let people hurt you.
Huh?
Don't let people hurt you.
They like to do that.
I know they do.
And, I don't deserve it. They can kiss my fat butt.
What?
Kiss my fat
Grandma.
You're welcome, Misty. We are bad girls.
Well, you know what's going on next week, right? Hold on, I'm getting water now.
Next week? Wait a minute.
No.
Oh, God, we got Thai. Do we have Thai next week? Let me look at my calendar. That's not the right week. No, I gotta go to June.
Okay, we got Tara Reid next week, and I cannot wait.
Oh, on Monday, yes.
Yes. Yep. It's gonna be good.
And I have to make an appointment on Monday for my mom for a kidney doctor. Oh,
that ain't good.
Well, she's got something going on, and they keep saying it's this or that, and I'm like, oh my God. That's what happens when they're 82. That's all you do is take them to one doctor for one part of their body, another doctor for another part of their body.
We saw that time.
Oh, wait, next week. Oh, no, it was week after. Week after, I have to go to the doctor. For me, oh my God. And then I'm going to tell my doctor, hey, I stopped taking those meds, and I'm going to stop taking this other one too, and see what he says.
Are you?
Well, I'm not going to stop taking my antidepressant because I can't live without them. Seriously, I can't. But I stopped taking the one for nightmares. I stopped taking that one.
Ooh.
And I'm dreaming all kinds of crazy stuff, but at least it's not nightmare stuff. It's just kind of twisted. And then I'm going to stop taking my black cohosh for the menopausal night sweat stuff. I'm going to stop taking that too.
What's it called?
Black cohosh.
Never heard of
it. You can get it at the drugstore. You can get it, where all the natural stuff is.
Oh, okay.
It helps with the symptoms of menopause. It helps chill you. It helps you not wake up with night sweats and having hot flashes every 2 minutes. But I'm going to go off that and see how it goes. Because it's with the one medicine that you're not supposed to take with it is the one I take for my depression.
Okay.
Because it tears up your liver, and I already have liver disease, so
great.
I don't want the liver going quicker than it needs to. So why didn't my doctor catch that? I don't know. But I started looking it up, going, hey, what is not okay to take with this stuff? And then I went, oh, bad.
Wow.
Yeah, I think I've been going through, I don't have the night sweats anymore because I basically sleep on top of my bed with a little tiny blanket over me and the fan on every night.
Do you
But the hot flashes, I don't know if they'll come back during the day as much. I always get hot flashes if I get super upset about something. Like if I just get freaked out, or then I get a hot flash like immediately.
Really?
Wow. That's terrible.
I'm glad I don't deal with that.
Oh, you wait.
No.
You wait.
Want to know why?
Why?
I had a hysterectomy when I was 24. I'm good.
Both ovaries are gone?
Yes, they cleaned me out.
Oh, see, I got one ovary left. Everything else is gone. And that one ovary is like, sputtering to its death. And I figure, we're just going to go off of everything here and let's just see what happens. And if it sucks real bad, then I'll go back on. Black cohosh is one of the main ingredients in all those little, whatever they call those, medications for women.
I don't know what that would be.
Oh, the stuff I don't remember what you call it, that you get at the drugstore for menopause medicine.
Come on, boys.
Whatever you call that shit. But they don't want me to take, hormone replacement because I've had cancer. So.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, that's why I've been doing the black cohosh. What is that shit called? I can't remember what that's called.
Estrogen?
Well, that's the actual thing, but I'm talking about the name brand crap they always want you to take.
Oh, look at those teacup Pomeranians. Oh, who does that to their dog? Oh my God. They dyed its paws. Purple and pink. No.
I've seen pink ones. Oh my God. Now my son is going to tell me what happened. Oh shit. What about his dog?
Oh.
It was her heart. I was right. Estroven. There you go.
What are they waiting for? Can somebody tell us? Let me go to Nate.
Yeah, go to Nate. I was going to say Nate will tell you.
Yeah, I'm going to go on Twitter. Okay, I'm going to see what Nate is saying. Well, X, not Twitter. All right. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Nate Eaton. There we go. What does he say here? Let's see. All it says is, I'm away from the Daybell trial today, but it's in the courtroom. Okay, we'll go to news with Kate. Kate's in the courtroom. 27 minutes ago, still outside the courtroom. Thinking there'll be a late start today.
Well, duh. We can kind of tell since it's an hour past.
Yeah, let me finish here. Hearing there are technical difficulties keeping them from letting us into the courtroom. Of course. Okay, I gotta follow this lady now. Turn on. No, I don't want notifications. No. Really? That's terrible.
Oh.
you hear that?
Yep.
They're not coming here. Don't worry.
Run, cat.
Okay, come on now. Hurry up. Been here for an hour and 16 minutes and 23 seconds. Uh-oh.
Great.
I just can't. I don't have anything funny that I can play for you people. Dang it. I gotta change my banner. Hold on.
Oh, I feel so bad for my son. Oh, God. So, Misty, look at the estrogen and tell me if black cohosh is in it. Black cohosh root. I bet it is. I could look it up instead of asking you to do it if I was nice. God.
But
Estrogen. I wanted to see what the ingredients are in estrogen. Ingredients label. Okay, I really super hate Bing. Why am I having Bing on my computer now? Don't like it. Let me see what this do say. Holy crap, some of them have rhubarb root extract in them. Weird. Come on, Judge. Yeah, it is black cohosh, isn't it? Yeah, it works. But see, I just stopped taking all the other things, and I just got the pure black cohosh root, and then I just take one every night, and it's like, okay, I'm not getting the hot flashes I was, so maybe I could just stop taking that. Take something off my damn list because I got enough bills to take. God knows. Did Kit say what she'd be right back? She
No,
was
I'm here.
Oh,
I'm
hi. Oh, hi.
Oh,
My kid's breaking my heart.
right. I bet.
Well, he was telling me about Lily. She had DIC, which is like a failed blood clotting thing and could be caused by any number of things. They also found a growth at the base of her heart on the x-rays. Even if it was caught in time, survival rate was fairly low and would require a lot of hospitalization and treatment for little improvement. We made the right choice, but no, not really. I held her as she went. Breaks my heart because I know he's such a softie like him's mama. Oh, I know he's not okay today. And there's my sweet little boy Otis. Here's my sweet little boy Otis. He's so cute. Amber in premenopause doesn't have black cohosh, but never heard of it. I've never heard of that either. Amberin.
I haven't. I've heard of Ambien.
Oh yeah, I've been taking that. Yeah.
I used to take that, but I would like sleepwalk mainly to the fridge, and I would sit on the floor and eat food and not know
Really?
it. Mm-hmm.
Wow. I couldn't like wake up in the morning from that stuff. It was like I was just logy for hours in the morning and I hated it. Perimenopause, not pre.
What does that mean?
It means around the time of menopause.
Oh.
Well, yeah, but the black cohosh was quite effective. My doctor knew about that and it was asking me if I thought it was, helpful. And I said, oh, yeah. Definitely did something. Since they don't want me to take a regular, normal hormone replacement pill. I did for like 2 months after I had chemo because it shut my ovary down. And I had to jumpstart it. So I had to go on like Premarin or something like that to jumpstart that ovary again. And then I've been fine for years.
Did you see that BHB had an exclusive interview with Seth Rogers?
I can only take like 2 or 3 minutes of her before I want to like stab myself in the eye.
I don't watch her.
I can't.
She's not about the kid. She likes to accuse parents.
She acts like
she acts like
she acts like she's for the families and all that stuff, and she says she is, but she's just horrible. She's a horrible person. I hate it
when she says children and grandchildren. No, you do not have grandchildren. Liar.
No, her ex had grandchildren.
Well, I was trying to get to that. Her ex has children and grandchildren.
Right.
She does not. She has
she
no
did,
idea.
So she did by marriage, I mean, but not if it's former now.
You don't see them though. She don't get to see them.
Well, that's what I mean. They don't like her.
No. She hasn't been with that guy for like 10 years. For real. But she doesn't know what it's like to have a child and be a parent because no matter their age, when you can't fix it, it hurts. When they hurt, you hurt.
I don't know. I don't get people who have physically had their own children and don't have that. You know, I don't understand.
And I'm not saying just because can't or don't have kids or can't have kids, but like if you're a loving like auntie, whatever, you know what I mean?
Well, yeah, because you can be a super nurturing person and not give birth.
Right.
But a lot of times, giving birth to your own child, you learn that nurturing thing. It's something that you grow in yourself as your child grows. It grows in you, and then you can't get rid of it once you got it. It's got you.
Yeah, that's something she'll never experience, so she has no clue.
And people are like in the Karen Reed case, they're kind of demonizing her for not wanting to be responsible for someone else's, children, even though they weren't John O'Keefe's children. They were the nephew, but he was raising them because their parents had passed. And I can't blame her for being, unhappy with that. That was never the plan for her. But I think she tried to do what she could.
Look at Idaho wasting our time.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. I don't know why they're doing that. And yet YouTube wants to, restrict us playing music or anything that's, nice to pass the time while we wait for their
Oh yeah, I'm gonna get a copyright for playing Skid Row. I know that.
Why? For a couple second clip of showing him?
You can't do more than like 9 seconds.
I don't think you did more than 9 seconds.
No, I did like a minute.
Mm.
But I'll just clip it out when this is over.
Yeah, there you go.
That's all I got to do. And I'll be good.
That'll teach you to put ugly guys on there.
Right? What a gloomy day, you guys. It's gloomy here. Raining. Oh, God. Let me find something. You know that case I covered, Psycho's case?
Yeah.
One of the victims' families commented on my video.
Really?
Well, a lot of people from there have all my videos. Okay? His brother that's not in prison, he follows me. Yep, he sure does. But she said how rotten Psycho was, and yeah, I go, was it Selena? Because what made me stay on that case is because of Selena, her daughter, when she went missing. She was the first one, and if it wasn't for her mom reporting her missing, none of this would have been happening. There wouldn't have been more victims. There would have been more. I'm sure there's more. Yeah. 5 counts of murder. Come on.
Oh.
Kidnapping.
Yeah.
And plus, I had family members emailing me, asking me to stay on the case, so I did.
Yeah.
That was a horrible 4 years. That was a horrible case. The prelim was unbelievable. The things I learned, I was in shock. I will not even talk about it on here because it's that bad. And they sealed the documents of that case.
Yeah.
They did.
See,
It was so good.
I'm a weirdo because, like, I could look at crime scene photos.
I can't, but not children.
I could look at. I mean, I wouldn't like that. I would hope not to look at children, obviously.
Nope, never.
But I could look at crime scene photos. I could look at, mortuary stuff, autopsy photos. That stuff usually doesn't bother me.
Look at what Zab Girl did with Gannon's body. Zooming in on it.
I never saw any of that.
That's horrible.
I never saw any of that because I thought it was in poor taste to go chase it down.
But I heard people that did that she was zooming in on his body, all parts of his body. Oh, what's this? What's that? Are you kidding me?
Well, I mean, that should never have been aired. That was just, it was horrible that she did that. Well, I mean, family members out there still just grieving. I mean, please don't do that.
They asked her to stop.
Oh, and she
but she put it on Patreon. Everybody was on Patreon wanting to see Gannon's body. How sick is that?
Well, I would never do that. I never paid to see something like that. I'm just saying, if I saw something like that, it wouldn't freak me out. It would be sad. But I know that,
they showed it up in the courtroom.
I didn't see any of it.
I
didn't see any of it.
So when it was over, I put my video on private because I got a message from Gannon's mom. So I put it on private.
Well, it was respectful for you to pull it down.
I did.
I'm glad you did. I mean, that's the point, is you don't want to hurt anyone. You want awareness to what's going on, but you don't want to hurt anyone.
Right.
But I should probably have said this a while ago, but when you guys are doing Timmy D's,
yeah,
I am so quiet because I can't imagine, and I feel so bad for Miss Barbara, and I just don't want to interfere or hurt her or say anything insensitive, and I'm like mostly quiet.
No, she can handle it. Believe me.
I know, but I just it's my feelings. I'm just saying that's my feelings. I have to be quiet because there's nothing worse than the thought of hurting someone who's already been victimized by crime.
Yeah.
Oh, Misty is a Missouri person. Okay.
Well, yeah, she's related to Mike Busking.
What?
One of the guys that seen Timmy last.
Oh.
Yeah.
See,
but she has nothing to do with him.
I don't know. I always feel really weird. Like I'll drop out of the live sometimes, leave the studio sometimes because I don't know what to say.
Miss Barbara always likes feedback. Miss Barbara,
I know, but part of me,
Miss Barbara needs people around her. She lost both her sons in 8 months. That's all she has.
I hate that. I know, I hate that for her. I mean, that's just the thing is I feel like what could I possibly add to your conversation with her? I just feel like I'm
sorry. I'm sorry. Your granddaughter. I'm sorry.
Right.
Can you imagine that piece of shit, Mike Busking, loser? And that's not a legend from me.
I don't know. I just wanted to explain to you why sometimes I just don't say anything or.
Well, sometimes she wonders why people don't talk, why people drop off. And I'm like, sorry, I don't know what to tell you.
Because I am horrified that I might be, venting my rage about what has happened and say something insensitive.
You don't know Miss Barbara.
I know she probably knows better than that, but it makes me feel uncomfortable thinking that I can do that.
I'm letting you know her feelings, how she feels when people do that. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm never leaving her side ever. Nope, she's stuck with me too.
I can't imagine if both of my sons were gone in the same year. I cannot imagine going on.
Right.
I think that would destroy me. She's a stronger woman than me.
June 19th, it's going to be a bad day for her because that's when her first son died. June 19th.
Michael.
Yep. And that's a bad day for me too because we buried my mom that day.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
So I'm going to be sure rallying around her like the week, big time. Once everything's taken care of with Timmy, when there's justice, then she will grieve. Yeah.
Well, whatever it takes, if it takes her being angry and irate that the way that this has been handled and that there is corruption, obvious corruption, sorry, my opinion. Whatever it takes for her to keep going, I'm glad of that she does, because it's going to help people in the future. It's going to help other people.
Right.
Oh, God. Your mom's going to blow up my phone.
What is the weight? Let me go on Twitter. Okay, Caitlin, what's up? No more updates. Nothing.
Nothing from Nate?
Oh, check this out. Here's a new one. The lights keep flickering in the hallway, but we haven't gotten any word of what the holdup is. You know what they're going to think?
Oh, I know exactly what it is.
They're going to think Chad did something. He put a spell on the building. Wow, that's crazy. Let me look. See if there's more.
Tylee and JJ messing with all the electronics, all their energy, just to freak him out.
That's crazy.
I hope they haunt him just to screw with them. I hope he dreams of him every day and sees Tammy's face in his dreams every night.
He will. Just like that Thomas, the guy that got executed in Idaho. He says in his cell every night he sees the victims.
I hope that's true.
Wondered. Yeah.
Amanda, we don't know.
Remember Chris Watts said he sees his kids?
Yep.
And yep.
Good.
And I thought, oh, okay, he's just saying that. Well, here's another inmate that said it. Just sitting there staring at him. How creepy would that be? Well, you know what? You shouldn't have done it in the first place. How could you do that? And throw them in batteries. That's funny. All right. Any more updates?
That's all right.
Well, this is going to be a long day.
It is. I think I'm going to take my phone outside and listen out there, so I'll be away from my mic. But I'm listening.
Okay.
Be back in 6 minutes.
Guess who's back? Your girl's back. Amanda's
I know my
back.
girl's back. I talked to her.
Oh, okay.
She
Thought I'd
said,
let you
"What's
know.
happening?"
Well, I didn't see this. I seen this, and then I seen this. I did not see this until now. All right, people. All right. all right.
Your bass backwards there, reading from the bottom up.
I see. I wasn't back in StreamYard. I was looking on X. That's why. Because when you're outside of StreamYard, you cannot see the chat, and I'm not looking at my phone either. So I don't look at my phone until we go live. What'd you buy? Did you buy me anything, Amanda? Oh, Amanda. Food and coffee. Yeah. Oh my God.
They call me a god. They call me a god. They call me a god. They call me a god.
Let's go. I'm about to go off like a weapon. Fuel to the top, got a filled up engine. In my thoughts, obsession. I will not stop, no, I'm never second guessing. I got a God complex. Haters love to hate, but I never feel pressed. Got a lot on my plate, but I never get stressed.
All right. So there's that. And you know what? Let me go outside of YouTube here. I hope they do not have him up here because on StreamYard, you got that little watermark. And they don't have it where you can take it off. See, watch what happens when I take Chad down. Let's see. Oh, magic. Misty, look at his mouth. Yeah, he looks like a frog, man. Do, 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 do. Oh, gosh, I'm tired, you guys. Doesn't? Well, that watermark's there for a reason. Actually, you put it there for a reason. $84 degrees. Nice. It is 65. And it's going to rain again in 2 hours. No rain. Well, what's going to happen now? Stupid. Ha ha ha. Sorry. You know what? Oh my God, I'm going to go nuts. I'm impatient. Shit, I was muted. Court's not going to start for another 35 minutes. Icky, icky, icky. Oh my God, I can't eat deer. Ugh. You. Okay, we're going to watch the sentencing of this guy here. He killed his TikTok Who did he kill now? 2 counts of first-degree murder.
Yeah.
The TikTok.
Yeah, he killed his girlfriend and her friend.
Yep. Sick.
He used to do impressions of Scarface.
In the Superior Court of the State of California, in and for the County of San Diego, the people of the State of California, plaintiff versus Ali Nasser Abulabad, defendant, case number SCE 292181, verdict. We, the jury in the above entitled cause, find the defendant, Ali Nasser Abulabad, guilty of the crime of murder in the first degree. Of Rayburn Cardenas Baran in violation of Penal Code Section 187, parent A, as charged in. It is. In count 2 of the information. And we further find the allegation that in the commission and attempted commission of the above offense, the defendant, Ali Nasser Abulabad, intentionally and personally discharged a firearm, to wit, a handgun, and approximately caused great bodily injury and death to a person within the meaning of Penal Code Section 12022.53, parent D, to be true. Special circumstance as to count 1 and 2, and we further find the allegation against the defendant, Ali Nasser Abulabad, that he has in this proceeding been convicted of more than one offense of murder in the first or second degree within the meaning of Penal Code Section 190.2, parent A, parent 3, to be true. Dated May 29th, 2024, jury 4-person. Same title, same cause, verdict. We, the jury in the above entitled cause, find the defendant, Ali Nasser Abulabad, guilty of the crime of murder in the first degree, Anna Abulabad, in violation of Penal Code Section 187, parent A, as charged in count 1 of the information. And we further find the allegation that in the commission and attempted commission of the above offense, the defendant, Ali Nasser Abulabad, intentionally and personally discharged a firearm, to wit, a handgun, and approximately caused great bodily injury and death to a person within the meaning of Penal Code Section 12022.53, parent B, to be true. Special circumstance as to count 1 and 2, and we further find the allegation against the defendant, Ali Nasser Abulabad, that he has in this proceeding been convicted of more than one offense of murder in the first or second degree within the meaning of Penal Code Section 190.2, parent A, parent 3, to be true. Dated May 28th, 2024, jury 4-person. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, was this and is this your verdict as I have just read to you?
Yes. You decide which to pull the jury.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I will ask you individually, was this and is this your verdict as I have just read? Please answer yes or no to that question. Juror number 1, was this and is this your verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 2, same question.
Yes.
Juror number 3, same question.
Yes.
Juror number 4, same question.
Yes.
Juror number 5, same question.
Yes.
Juror number 6, same question.
Yes.
Juror number 7, same question.
Yes.
Juror number 8, same question.
Yes.
Juror number 9, same question.
Yes.
Juror number 10, same question.
Yes.
Juror number 11, same question.
Yes.
And juror number 12, same question.
Yes.
Your Honor, all answer in the affirmative.
Charlie, record the verdicts. Ladies and gentlemen, you have now completed your jury service on this case. On behalf of the judges of this court, please accept my thanks for your time and effort. Now the case is over, you may choose whether or not to discuss the case and your deliberations with anyone. I will remind you that under California law, you must wait at least 90 days before negotiating or agreeing to accept any payment or information about the case. Let me tell you about some rules the law puts in place for your convenience and protection. The lawyers in this case, the defendant or the representatives may now talk to you about the case, including your deliberations of work. Those discussions must occur at a reasonable time and place and with your consent. Please immediately report to the court any unreasonable contact made without your consent by the lawyers in this case, the representatives, or the defendant. The lawyer, representative, or defendant who violates these rules or violates the court order may be fined. I will now order that the court's record of personal juror identifying information, including names, addresses, and telephone numbers, be sealed until further order of this court. If in the future the court is asked to decide whether the information will be released, notice to be sent to any jurors whose information is involved. If oppose the release of this information and ask that a hearing on the issue be closed to the public, the court will decide whether and under what conditions the information will be disclosed. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a long trial. Thank you very much for your service on this case. I spend a lot of time watching you, and you were very focused, very diligent in assessing the credibility of people, and I appreciate your effort in this. The attorneys appreciate your efforts, so thank you very much, and we will see you in 3 years. So you are now allowed to leave. Thank you very much. What's his custody status? All right, so the defendant will remain out on no bail. Kind of sentencing. What's the first?
Council, the court sentencing is June 27th. That is a Thursday. It would be at 9 o'clock.
Would the court prefer to do it on a Friday, or does it have any preference to when?
Whenever. What date is it?
It's a Thursday, Your Honor. June 27th.
One we could do Friday morning.
The 28th?
Yeah.
That's fine.
Sir, will Bonnie have a right to be sentenced within the statutory terms? Do you waive that right, and I will put it over 1 day?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr.
Probation hearing and sentencing will be on June 28th at 9 o'clock a.m. in Department 2002.
All right, we can recess.
Thank you.
Members of the
Hold on a minute. What are you crying for, you big baby? That's what you get for killing people. All right, let's see. Let's see. Where is it? See if I can find it. All right. Okay. All right. What? Hey guys, can you hear me? Oh my God, that guy testified on his own behalf? What?
Who did?
Yeah. Oh my God, I didn't know that. I want to see the body cam. That's what I'm looking for. But I'm not going to go on court TV and, nope. Body cam evidence. Here we go. Okay, I'm going to go to court TV because they're pretty lenient about this. I got us, people. I got us. We're good. We're good, people. Here we go. I found it. Body cam footage. I found it.
Plain People's 23.
Let's go back. I can hold it for the shoulders. Fuck, man. All right, go. 2, 3. One more. I got eyes. Hit it low, underneath the handle. One more. Stand by. Okay, sorry, go back. We gotta clear. Oh shit, we got 2 down. Emergency entry, I need a team. I need a team. You got 3. Hey, bathroom's clear. Slow down. I already cleared. Right there. Bathroom's clear. Yeah. I got it. I gotta close it. All right, room's clear. Clears that. Hold on, we got a balcony. We're clear. Wait. Hey, stand by. Hey, once this place is clear, we gotta need to hold the evidence. We need to clear out and just hold off.
Oh, yeah, don't move anything.
Don't fire. Guys, have we checked pulse, guys? Check pulse. Where's firearm? It sounds like there's a third shooter. Someone came here and shot them. That's the guy that he's describing. Okay. He has a match description of ours. Hey, round. All right, hey, we need people to start clearing out. And just look for a gun. Yeah. Yeah, Sarge, it is. Hey, just start marking the ball connect. Go there. Yeah.
All right, those are casing stations. All right. So
I just want to maintain like the integrity of the phone. Just get out of here.
Look at that.
So.
What is all that on the floor? Okay, let me tell you something about this guy. This guy is dangerous. Did you see when they read him the guilty and the family, side and whatever? Did you see how he looked at them? He looks like an angry person. But what is all over the floor? Oops. Hold on. That is a mess.
Do me a favor. How about with security for us? I don't want someone coming back.
Jumping back over here. That's no case, okay? So you're posted up on that. Let's have you two hang out here, just start looking for evidence. Stay in here walking the scene. I'm gonna need you on my security team, Joe.
That's horrible.
Wait, if you time for us to take our morning break, let's see if we can be back.
Okay, we got 14 minutes, but I want to see him on the stand. Hold on. Let's see.
Hi, Jenny.
Hi, everybody. I want to see him on the stand. That's what I want to see. Here we go. Got it.
Just let her know that I still care about her and Mira, and I wanted to take care of them and feed them for the week. Because I had been staying at the house, but I had not been cleaning it. I had not been getting groceries. So I wanted to do that.
Were you having any reservations at all about going to LA?
Because every time I go to LA, Anna gets upset. And a part of me was scared that even though if it would probably be best for me to go to LA, that by going to LA, I was scared that she would interpret it as me closing the door of any reconciliation or something.
The grocery order that you placed, do you remember placing it at about 7:20 in the morning?
Yeah, about.
Anna texted you at about 7:50 that morning, thanking you and saying that she had listened to your video. Remember that?
Yes, but I'm not sure she was thanking me for the groceries yet.
I'm sorry. The message is thank you and I listened to your video.
Right, that's at some point she acknowledged the video I had sent.
And she told you at 7:50 a.m., I'm glad you finally understand.
Yes.
Then at 7:51, she said, thanks for the groceries.
I forgot to mention, I also added roses in that order of groceries.
Why is that important?
It's extremely important because I wanted her to know that I love her and.
Objection, not responsive to the question. Go ahead and finish your answer.
Thank you. I included the roses because I wanted her to know it was more than just me being a parent. I wasn't just getting groceries to be a parent. It was just, this is me showing you I want to step up, take care of my family again.
You and Anna were communicating over text that morning until about 8:46. Anna said, I got food, thank you. And then she asked you if you got paid. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, at some point, we know that based on the Spire surveillance video from that morning, that you went over to the apartment in about the morning hours of 10:21. Do you remember that?
I do.
Why did you go over there that morning?
I was when I had made the order for the groceries, I was really hoping that the roses would make an impact on her, a positive impact on her. I was really banking on it. I was really hopeful. I was waiting for the notification that the groceries were delivered. So I was just really, really anxious to hear what she would say about the roses. I got the notification that the groceries were delivered. So I'm like, okay, cool. She got it. She's probably bringing it in or bringing it into the house at this time. She's going to text me any minute. She doesn't text me. I'm not getting anything. So I thought that was strange. So I texted her first. I said, hey, is everything okay? She immediately responded, hey, got food, thanks. And that really caught me off guard because it's very dismissive. It's very short. She did say thank you, but she didn't acknowledge the whole, like whatever. She didn't acknowledge the roses, and I thought that was so strange.
Objection not responsive, narrative.
Overruled. Okay, I think the next question.
So you're waiting for an acknowledgement of what in your mind was a nice gesture and a romantic gesture.
Correct.
She responded to the groceries, which you recall receiving a thank you for that.
Correct.
But as you're waiting, did you ever receive any acknowledgement of this romantic gesture that you had done for her?
No.
At some point, did you try to call her before you went to the apartment?
I believe so. And I'm not sure she responded or answered.
You, after placing that phone call and her not answering and not acknowledging what in your mind was this romantic gesture, what was going through your mind?
The cocaine had started to take effect. My anxieties, my worries, the same things that I'm worried about were starting to come back to me. This is not normal behavior from Anna. These are the thoughts that I was having. This is not normal behavior. She's being shady. Why didn't she say anything about the roses? I have to go talk to her. Because keep in mind, I'm thinking I'm about to hit the road for 4 hours to go to LA. So I wanted to just, well, first of all, my intention was just to do something nice with the roses. But now I'm having suspicions about her reaction. So now I just wanted to talk to her just before I go.
Is that what led you to go to the apartment that morning?
That is.
When you got to the apartment, what did you do?
Well, I first noticed that a portion of the groceries were still sitting on the floor outside the front door, including a case of water.
Let me stop you there for just a second. At this time, did you still have a key for the apartment?
Yes. So I had a key card. These copies of these keys were all created in one go when we first moved to San Diego. When we moved into the Spire, they gave us 2 fobs for our keychains. I turned those in to Anna at her request because they belong to the apartment complex.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stay tuned as we attempt to commune with the devil.
But I told her I wanted to keep the ID card that I keep in my wallet in case I need to pick up my mail or if God forbid there's an emergency, because I didn't know she had a rental at the time, a BMW that she was renting. It was in my knowledge I was holding the Jeep so that they were carless. You know what I mean? But I also knew she might have been using Claire's husband's car. But the point is, for emergency purposes, I wanted to have access to the apartment and to be able to be there for them if I needed to.
Did you tell Anna that?
I did.
What was her response?
She didn't like it. She's like, "Oh, I'll just give you your mail. Don't worry." But I insisted.
Did she ever demand to get that particular, not the key fobs, which you gave to her, but that key card back?
No, she didn't order me to give it back. She just let me know she wasn't completely okay with it. But this isn't some card that I just created moments prior. This is something I've had in my wallet the whole time.
It's from when you and Anna first moved in February of 2021.
Correct. I made one for her, one for me, and we had 2 like pocket circles that attached to our cell phones. So you can just put your cell phone up to the RFID reader. I have the email and everything.
So when you're thinking to yourself, all of these things are starting to build in your brain, the suspicions are coming back, you're thinking things aren't adding up, not making sense. You decided you needed to go to the apartment to talk to her.
Yeah, I thought it was really strange. And I had just given her in my mind, I gave her a beautiful video of me owning up to things. And then I did this nice gesture with the roses. And I'm like, she's still being cold with me. What's going on with that?
So you went to the Spire building. Did you know from having lived in the Spire building for all of these months that there were security cameras in the building?
I only knew of cameras in the elevator.
So then them being in the hallways or in the lobby or in the parking garage, were you aware of that?
The hallways where people live, there's no cameras. But yeah, I'm familiar with there's a camera in the garage.
So you knew that before 10/21.
Oh yeah.
So when you got to the building, you used that key card that you had.
First, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
First, I texted Anna, said, "Hey, I'm here," and then I politely knocked. I didn't just barge in.
Did you then use the key card to go into the apartment?
I did because I didn't receive a response.
What did you do when you got inside?
Well, at first, I was just observing. I mean, I was right at the front door. I immediately noticed all the groceries were on the counter, including the milk, that she had not even taken the time to put it in the fridge. And the first thing I see is my roses, or the roses that I sent, on the counter, and they're crushed by this like mini luggage makeup kit that she had, this makeup bag. That makeup bag doesn't usually leave her vanity. She does it in front of the vanity mirror. So for me to see my roses crushed like this, and her makeup bag right on top of it still open, I'm trying to piece this information together. I'm thinking, okay, first of all, she didn't give a shit about the roses. Second, her makeup bag is here. It's open. So that tells me she's quickly putting her makeup on to go see somebody. That's how I interpret it.
As you were standing in the apartment, did you start to go through some of the things that you were seeing in the apartment?
Yeah, I immediately realized she's not there. So I started looking around. I first opened up the second bedroom, which is the office, what used to be my computer room, and where Amira would sleep too. It was a huge mess. Just there was 2 luggages there, partially open. It was a lot more organized, but I started to rummage through it and throw things around.
You need a little loving.
Marriage life so far, it's okay.
It's okay.
It should have come clean.
What a
When you went into the apartment, prior to entering it, did you turn your audio recorder on your cell phone?
Yes, because again, I expected that this was going to be another one of those interactions with Anna that might go not the way that I intended. So yeah, I started recording.
I'm going to play for you a recording that you made from inside the apartment.
Can I see?
You're going to hear it in just a second.
I was texting Anna also at the same time. Sorry.
This will be Defense Exhibit 27 for the audio and Defense 28 for the transcript. Do you recall whether before you made this recording of entering the apartment, were you texting with Anna?
I was texting with Anna.
And what were you texting about?
At first, I wanted to see where she. Well, I asked her what she was doing. I had not let her know that I was in the apartment.
And what was her response to your question of where she was or what she was doing?
She told me, well, she said, I'm at home, stupid.
You obviously were at home and you knew that she was not home. Is that right?
Right. This was the first time that she had blatantly lied to me with my knowledge. And that set me off.
When you say it set you off, what do you mean?
I knew in this moment she's a liar and she's lying to me. And my suspicions are skyrocketing. And now I'm just like, at this point, I knew I can't believe anything she's telling me.
Do you remember calling her on the phone?
I did.
Was that before or after you made this recording in your apartment?
I think it was before, and that's why I was trying to bring this up.
Okay, so when you made this phone call, what were you saying to Anna?
Where are you? You're not home. I'm home. You're at Dunkin' Donuts? Like she said she was at Dunkin' Donuts to get iced coffee. And then I remember asking, give me a pan of like the car. Let me see if there's anybody else in the car with you. No, I'm not doing that.
This was the phone call that the prosecution played in their case in chief, where part of it is reported on the Nest camera. Is that right?
Yeah. Yes.
You didn't know there was a Nest camera there.
No, I had no idea about that camera.
And in this phone call, we heard you. Your demeanor sounded like you were getting kind of agitated.
Yeah, she was like kind of laughing at me for she knew I was freaking out. She knew she just lied to me. And I was in her apartment and she's still continuing to mock me.
So then after that is when you went back into the apartment and made this audio recording?
I was still in the apartment, but I decided to, I resumed it. So I paused it for the phone call and resumed it.
Okay. 1 second, please. Excuse me, just 1 second, Your Honor. Let me make sure I. If I could just have a moment, I want to make sure that I have the right one coming up.
Sure.
Thank you.
Recordings just got better. Hey, it's Dana from StreamYard. I'm so excited to announce that local recordings are now available.
At 128. Mr. Boulevard, as you were entering this apartment, did you run into anyone on your way into the apartment on this day?
No.
You didn't see the neighbors or anything like that?
No.
Okay. And so as we're listening to this audio, this is you walking up or walking around inside the apartment and sort of outside the apartment.
I believe it might have been shortly entering in and then observe it, it's inspecting the apartment.
Resuming it at 128.
Anna Marie, AIDS, what? Sleep, Demerol, pediatric dentistry. Who's she giving? Her kid. Oh, that's a fucking STD. Where is the fucking STD? HIV infection overview. AIDS was reported. What? What? Because there's no vaccine for AIDS. What the fuck? Exam 1. There's AIDS? So I just texted Anna. She said she's at home. I'm at home. She's lying. She's lying. Oh my God, she's fucking lying. Oh my God, she's lying, dude. She's lying. She's fucking lying. She's cheating. She's cheating on me. She's cheating on me. Oh my God. She's fucking lying. Send me a screenshot.
I'm gonna stop it there at 508. It sounds like we're hearing like a clicking sound as though you're texting.
Yes.
Who were you texting in that moment?
Anna.
And so as you're talking into your phone, you're also texting Anna back or texting with Anna.
Right. I'm kind of narrating what's happening.
Fucking lying. She's fucking lying. Oh my God, she's lying. She's lying. She's fucking lying. This bitch. I can't believe it.
Welcome to Photoshop Happy Hour. I'm MDMZ, and today's challenge involves creating a photo manipulation artwork, and we will be combining two randomly generated topics, hiking and dragon.
She's lying to me. She says she's on a fucking new hire training call, 1 hour training on her phone. I said, where are you? She said, I'm at home. She's fucking lying. I'm at home.
Was that you texting again those sounds?
Yes.
Also to Anna or to someone else?
To Anna.
As I fucking suspected. She's cheating on me. She's fucking cheating on me. She said she's home. She's not home. She just blocked me because I wanted to fucking find out where she is. She won't answer my call. Fucking cheating on me. Alright, Anna. You wanna fucking cheat on me? Cheat on me? Come on. Cheat on me? You gonna cheat on me? Huh? After you fucking drive me crazy, you gonna cheat on me? Alright. She's cheating on me? She blocked me? You blocked your husband? You cheating on me?
I'm stop it there at 7:46. That's the end of the actual talking. The recording, though, continues to be a total of 12 minutes and 50 seconds. So, is that what you recall having the phone on still?
Yes.
Now, when you were talking in this video, when I stopped it, you said that you were narrating it. We heard later, after the shooting incident, on the Nest camera, that you didn't know the Nest camera was there, right?
Right.
We hear you in that Nest camera talking to yourself then as well. Do you remember that?
I do.
Is this something that you were doing on a regular basis during this time period?
When I'm alone, yes.
And so when you describe it as you're narrating on this and you're recording it, why were you narrating it like that?
Narrating was a bad word. What I was trying to say is I was vocalizing my thoughts. I'm thinking aloud.
Is this in line with what you were doing with the taking of the notes and writing those things down to record them for yourself?
This is me trying to gather my thoughts, trying to understand what's going on, and it's always subject to change. I mean, 1 minute I'm up, 1 minute I'm down, 1 minute I'm up, 1 minute I'm the bad guy, 1 minute she's the bad guy, you know? So
When you were having this moment where you're talking to yourself and collecting the thoughts and saying, you know, she's cheating on me, she said she's home, she's not home. Couldn't it have just been that she didn't want to tell you where she was? Why in your mind did you immediately jump to, she's not telling me where she is, this means she's cheating?
well, there's a level of I know Anna. I know why she does certain things or what certain things could mean. But also it's the buildup of like leading up, you know, the circumstances of what I'm seeing. My rose is crushed, the makeup bag open, her saying she's home but she's not. The lack of acknowledgement of my I mean, the cheating thing was going on. I mean, the suspicion of that she's cheating on me has been going on for months. And I'm constantly, one minute I'm thinking it's happening, it's prevalent, and then sometimes I just brush it under the rug. Maybe I'm just crazy. And then again, I start to think. And then sometimes she'll tell me something, and I believe her that she's not cheating on me. So the whole cheating thing, it's just been going on for so long. Like the whole me suspecting that she's cheating has been going on for so long. So that's, of course, going to be my first conclusion.
Now, after making this recording, did you stay in the apartment?
I started rummaging the apartment. I started throwing some of her stuff away. I threw away her makeup. I smashed some of the groceries. I threw the roses on the ground. I was having a huge tantrum. I mean, like, you see how that ended, the level of my voice? That's how that continued off recording or on. I don't remember.
So we hear on the Nest camera footage from that time in the morning, sort of a loud banging sound. And the garbage chute on your floor is very close to your apartment. Is that right?
It's just outside my door to the left.
And so that loud banging sound that we hear on the Nest, is that you throwing things of hers down the garbage chute?
It's the door. It's the trap door of the chute shutting and closing in between while I'm throwing things away.
So the way that video ends, like you said, with your voice being very ramped up and agitated, that's what led into the throwing away of her belongings and damaging the apartment.
Right. At that point, I had been, like I said, I was set off. I was triggered. I was explosive. At that point, I'm just acting on impulse and rummaging, and I'm throwing away her shoes. I'm throwing away her bikinis and stuff like that.
After that, did you at some point calm down?
I did. So what happened was I started to feel severe exhaustion. I felt so completely drained mentally and physically. I didn't know what to do at this point. I'm like, okay, I think she's cheating on me. Should I stay and wait and see if maybe she'll come in with the guy, or no, I'm too tired for that. I need to go to sleep. I have to go to sleep. I have not slept. So that's what I decided, that I'm going to go back to the hotel. But I also realized that, you know what, this moment is the most that I felt that that my suspicions are actually real. I didn't want to lose this opportunity to catch it. So in that moment, I saw my daughter's iPad on the table, and like a stupid idea that just right on the spot, Discord. I thought about Discord, which is a platform. Do you want me to describe that platform, or just keep going to what happened?
I'll ask you a question about it. It's a platform that can be used to live stream something happening, right?
It's a community server for like people to join a community on things that they like, and they can make voice chats and voice channels, and they can stream video games or stream their computer. It's like a chat room with voice and audio.
And this was something that was already downloaded back in 2018 on your daughter's iPad.
Correct. And on my phone and on my computer, because I managed a community of 2,000 members for the Gen Kid community.
And so when you said you saw your daughter's iPad and then had the idea in the moment of trying to catch what was happening, what did you do?
I opened up the Discord app on my daughter's iPad. That was a separate account. So I had him join the open voice channel. It wasn't a call. It's not something you can hang up. It's just a voice chat channel. And any user who hops into this voice chat channel, by default, their microphone is turned on unless you hit the mute button. So it's just for places for people, as many as they want to communicate. So the iPad joined in the channel, and then I joined it with my phone.
After you did that, where did you put the iPad?
There's behind my bed, there's like this strange little cutout area. Looks like a little cubby. I don't know if it was by design or what, but I placed it there because obviously I wanted to be discreet about it, but I wanted to catch them having sex. I knew if they're going to have sex, they're probably going to do it on the bed. So I placed it there. I plugged it into the charger, and I left it at that.
After doing that, you said you left the apartment.
Immediately.
When after leaving the apartment, where did you go?
I went back to my hotel and took off my clothes, and I fell straight to sleep.
At some point, do you remember being woken up?
I did. Do.
What is the first sort of memory you have as you're waking up? What are you hearing?
I woke up and I hear giggling. I hear a man laughing. And then I hear Anna's voice. And I'm half asleep and I'm just absorbing all this. And then immediately I'm like, oh my God, that's Anna. Oh my God, who's that man? Who's that man? Oh my God, there's a man. I'm saying this out loud to myself, freaking out. I mean, I feel like I caught Bigfoot or something. Like, you believe he's there, but you don't have the truth. But then now there's this evidence, and it's just like I'm freaking out. So
What did you do next?
I quickly put my pants back on. I gathered my keys. I grabbed my Coke. I started to do a couple bumps because I knew, okay, there's a man in my house. I need to be focused because I want to be in the zone here. You know what I mean? Because I was still half asleep. So I was just slamming back some Coke. And yeah,
How much coke do you think you did in that moment?
I want to say 4 or 5 bumps consecutively.
How much is a bump in your usage, if you know?
It's like a tiny little, but it's effective.
Do you think it totaled half a gram that you used there?
Or maybe even a gram.
When you said that you got up and kind of were gathering your things and put on your pants, at this time, were you always carrying your gun on your holster on your belt?
I had been for the last few days.
Is there any particular reason why you were doing that for the last few days?
Well, I'm a concealed carry permit holder in the state of Virginia. So yes, I used to wear regularly concealed every day, but that doesn't apply here in California. However, when I had moved out or when I left the apartment on the 18th, all my expensive belongings were in my Jeep. My Jeep, my iMac computers, my personal property, it's all there laid out in the open. The windows are not tinted. So I wanted to carry concealed in the event that I found a break-in or a robbery or something like that.
So when you put on your pants, your belt was on your pants,
Correct.
and the holster was already on your pants.
And the gun, yes.
So you throw all of that on and you get into the Jeep.
Correct.
And where did you head from there?
I had that gun on me when I visited the first time that morning.
Okay.
Yeah.
So when you were at the apartment earlier that day, you also had the gun on you.
Correct. So this is just something I was carrying, basically.
When you got into the car, where did you go?
I put the GPS on for Spire.
When you were in the car driving to the Spire building, is the Discord app still running what's happening in the apartment?
It's like running in the background. Yes, I can hear the audio in real time. Yes.
What were you hearing as you were driving over to the apartment?
So I'm already like freaking out, high out of my mind. I'm already amped up. I'm driving over 90 miles an hour in an attempt to hurry up and get there so I could hopefully catch it before it happens, or stop it with my presence, because I just didn't want it to happen. I was hearing, I heard that they were making fun of me. He was like, "Did Ali make this mess?" I didn't know who he was. He's like, "Did Ali make this mess?" She says, "Yeah," and he bought me these cheap ass flowers. Let me just tell you, when you hear your wife talk shit about you to an undisclosed man, that's fucking painful. And this is while I'm driving 90 miles an hour, already like freaking out. But then what happened was the voices stopped. Suddenly there was silence. And I'm like, what? Why don't I hear anything? Why'd they stop talking? Next, I start hearing R&B music playing.
Let me stop you there. As you were driving over there, you were texting with this friend, Sammy, who you had planned to go and see later that same day. Is that right?
Yeah, I texted him that there's a man in my house.
And you told him not to contact Anna. Do you remember telling him that?
Yes.
Why would you tell him that?
I had asked him to intervene at one point between me and Anna to see if maybe he could be the middleman of reconciling us. So I know he had her number. My intention was, when I had told him that there's a man in my house, I was concerned that he was going to tell Anna, thus giving her a heads up, and then she was just going to have the guy leave. So then I would be at square one again. So basically my intention was to just not show up at the apartment and then it's like, oh, where'd the guy go? You know what I mean?
So you told him that you're driving over to the apartment, you're listening, it goes silent, and then you hear the music. How long did it take you to get from your apartment, I'm sorry, for your hotel to the Spire apartment building?
The commute was 15 minutes.
When you got to the Spire building, where did you park?
Right outside the garage on the red curb where it's like illegal to park. But I just,
When you got to the Spire building, why did you go in through the parking lot instead of through the parking garage instead of through the front door?
well, there was an important detail about the R&B music. Okay. Sorry.
Sustain. Next question.
So when you parked, why did you, let me finish the question. When you parked your car there, why did you go in through the underground parking lot instead of through the lobby?
That I really don't know. I think because the GPS just took me to J Street, which is where the garage entrance was.
When you, we saw on the surveillance footage, when you went first into the parking garage, you then came back out. Why did you do that?
Because I had ran all the way to where the elevators are, and there's a black gate that requires you to use your key card. I had forgot my key card in the Jeep.
So that's why you then ran back.
Correct.
So you had your gun on you the whole time, but the
Yes.
first time you ran, and then the second time you came back.
Yes.
We saw on the surveillance footage that you seemed to be like adjusting your belt, or your pants or something. What was going on there?
So this had been the first time that I'd ever carried concealed in a full sprint, meaning I'm running. I had never run with my gun on me before, so I did not know that the weight of the gun was yanking my pants, and I was concerned that it was going to fall out and somebody's going to see it. So in that moment, I was just adjusting, tightening my belt to better secure it.
You use the security key or the key card to go inside the gated area of the complex, and then you took the elevator up. Do you remember that?
Correct.
At this time, are you starting to feel the effects of those 4 bumps that you did before you left your hotel?
And the ones that I did while I was driving too.
Okay, so let me ask you that. So in addition to doing the ones in the car, in the hotel, did you also use in the car?
Yeah, I was not even taking bumps at that point. I was just taking the bag and literally double nostrils it. Like I was freaking out, and this is probably the most coke I've ever done in a single moment.
When you're on your way up in the elevator, what are you thinking?
I'm thinking, oh my God, she's probably having sex right now. I wonder who it is. Hurry up. We got to get up there. They kept stopping on floor after floor after floor. And I'm trying to stay calm, and I don't want to startle anybody. I put a smile on my face, but you can see that I'm constantly pressing the closed door every time we land on a floor. I was trying to prevent more people from coming in. I just wanted to go. I'm thinking that this is happening right now. I need to get there so I can at least hopefully try to prevent it from happening with my presence, or get there before it happens.
Because you knew that you put the iPad with the Discord channel on in the bedroom, as you're coming up and getting ready to go into the apartment, what are you expecting to find when you open that door?
Well, I put it in the bedroom because I was trying to catch them having sex. So when I heard their voices loud and clear, my mind thinks they're in the bed doing whatever. So I thought that by entering my apartment, I would have that little leeway from the front door to walk to the bedroom. I thought I'd have that cooling off point to be like, okay, I don't know what I'm about to see. Just calm down. I thought from the front door, I'd be able to just kind of bring myself together a little bit.
Objection to cause for legal confusion.
Overruled.
So you were thinking, because you put the iPad in the bedroom, we know from the way your apartment is set up that you would open the door, walk in, there's the kitchen, a little bit of a dining space, and then the couch. And then off to the side of that is the bedroom. Is that right?
It's almost straight ahead, but slightly slanted. Yeah.
And so you expected, because of what you were hearing, that they were going to be in the bedroom.
I'm like prepped to hear moaning and just very disturbing things.
And so when you walk in, you're expecting that you're going to have time to walk from the front door through the kitchen, small dining area to the bedroom door before you actually see what you are hearing and expecting you're going to find in there.
Correct.
When you got off the elevator, what happened next?
Introducing TikTok Shop, a powerful new way to sell. Through live shopping, creator partnerships,
I'm wearing this bodysuit from So Sleek,
and shoppable videos. It's time to watch your products go from hearts to carts. TikTok Shop, open for your business.
As you can see, I was in a hurry to get in there. I didn't even wait for the door to open. I was running. I used my key card. The only thing I had in my hand was my key card. I opened the door. I barged in. I was immediately startled. I stopped right in my tracks like a deer in the headlights. They weren't in the bedroom. They weren't having sex. They're right there, cuddling on the couch.
Let me stop you there for just a second. You said that based on prior times that you had shot this gun, when you had your gun on your belt, in your holster, was it capable of being fired the way that it was at that moment?
No. So when I used to carry conceal, or when I carry conceal, here's the thing with Glocks specifically, that type of firearm, they do not have a safety lever or button which prevents the trigger from being pulled. There's no safety feature on the Glock. That is concerning to me. So I never carry with the round in the chamber, meaning it's not ready to be fired. If you pull the trigger, it's going to go click.
We saw, and you described for us, running off the elevator to the apartment. You had your key card in your hand. You opened the door. You described it as barging in. So you came in and you saw them on the couch.
Correct.
When you saw them, did they recognize or see you?
Well, at first, I saw Anna. I couldn't see who the man was because she was kind of leaning forward a little bit to see who's at the front door. So I see Anna, and then the man leans his head forward. He leans his head forward, his eyebrows arched. I immediately identify him as Ray, and he goes like what's up?
And for the record, you're moving your head and chin sort of up.
Yeah.
In emotion.
Yes, nodding up.
You stated that kind of in the way of saying what's up. Did he say what's up?
No, he did his usual, like, what's up?
What happened next?
I didn't expect that Anna would ever do that to me. Him, of all people. I mean, she knew how I felt about him. She knew how I felt. I was trying to believe her. I was trying to believe that she wasn't cheating on me, that she would let me fix this because I was sick. I was struggling from drugs and mental illness. And I fucked up. I fucked up a lot, but I was trying to fix this. And when I saw that it was him, I couldn't take it. I couldn't take the fucking betrayal. I couldn't believe that she could do that to me, to our daughter. And then before I could stop myself, I just fucking snapped. My gun was in my hand, and next thing I'm shooting, and I can't stop. I'm just shooting. I'm shooting, and I'm even startled. It's like I'm watching it happen. I'm like I'm in the passenger seat of my own body. I can't stop it. I hear Anna screaming and crying. I don't even remember shooting Anna. I just remember running back to the front door, and I grabbed the door handle, and then it hit me. I'm like, did that just happen? And I turn around, and I see Anna leaning forward, and there's blood. And I'm like, Anna.
I couldn't believe I did that. I don't know. I didn't mean to do that.
We heard in the recording
instruction to the jurors. They convened for the evening. We're starting again with that hearing today on this special sentencing proceeding. The court has been advised by defense counsel of an intent to potentially not present mitigation, and I have in a closed sealed hearing inquired with counsel on a proffer to cover that. However, I also want to go through and determine whether or not there's a knowing and voluntary waiver of that right on the record and do that outside the presence of the jurors. So, Mr. Daybell, let me just outline your rights here for you briefly. In this special sentencing proceeding, you do have the right to both present mitigation and also a right of allocution that can be exercised at the conclusion of the proceeding before the jury deliberates. There are a couple of instructions that would be provided to the jurors. I'll read an instruction called mitigation, and it reads as follows. A mitigating factor is any fact or circumstance relating to the crime or to the defendant's state of mind or condition at the time of the crime, or to his character, background, or record that tends to suggest that a sentence other than death should be imposed. A mitigating factor does not have to constitute a defense, excuse, or justification for the crime, nor does it even have to reduce the degree of the defendant's blame for the crime. My instructions given at the end of the trial phase that you are not to allow sympathy for the defendant to enter your deliberations do not apply at this sentencing phase. Mitigating factors may include any fact or circumstance that inspires sympathy, compassion, or mercy for the defendant. Evidence supporting the existence of a mitigating factor may come from the trial phase or this sentencing phase, whether produced by the defendant or the state. One other instruction that will be given is the defendant's right to allocution, and that reads, the defendant has the right to personally address you. This is called the right of allocution. Allocution is not made under oath and not subject to cross-examination. The law provides that these statements are something that the defendant is allowed to present to you as mitigation. You may consider these statements in your deliberations. So, Mr. Pryor, I've discussed this with you on the record already, but you have explained the right of mitigation and allocution to your client. Is that correct?
I have, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Daybell, the purpose of these rights is to potentially present evidence to the jury that could result in them finding that the death penalty should not be imposed in your case. Do you understand that?
I do.
All right, and I'm also advised then that you do not intend to, despite the preparation of mitigation from your attorney, you don't intend to present that evidence at this hearing. Is that your choice?
That is my choice.
Has anyone coerced or pressured you personally to make that choice?
No.
And do you feel like you're thinking clearly this morning as you make that choice?
Yes.
Okay, well, that is your right, Mr. Daybell. So thank you for putting that on the record for the court before we brought the jurors in. At this time, then, we are going to proceed with the remainder of this special sentencing proceeding, and we'll have the jurors brought into the courtroom, please.
All right, please. Here's our President Counter for you, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Please be seated. All right, good morning, everyone. We're on the record on case CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chat Guy Daybell. I understand we are now on the record with the public here and the jurors much later than anticipated, but the court's been taking up several administrative matters to get to this point. At this time, then, the court's intent is to read some additional instructions to the jurors before any opening statements are made. Is the state prepared to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
And let me just inquire, will the state intend to make an opening statement for this procedure?
Yes, Your Honor.
And will that be you, Ms. Blake?
Will be Mr. Wood.
Mr. Wood, thank you. Is the defense prepared to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and does the defense intend an opening statement?
Yes, Judge, and that will be me.
Thank you, Mr. Pryor. All right, at this time then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I am going to read you some additional instructions. I'll note that you'll get copies of these to take with you as you deliberate. I read you an instruction yesterday, which was instruction number 3, and the way I read the instruction yesterday had an error in it, so that's been corrected. I'm going to reread it, and the one you get with you will have the correct language. So these instructions are not in any particular order, but they'll come to you in a packet. And again, the order doesn't necessarily matter, but you'll receive each of these. So the first instruction I'm going to read you this morning is as follows. The state of Idaho is seeking the death penalty in this case, alleging aggravating circumstances exist under Idaho law that may allow the death penalty to be imposed. The statutory aggravating circumstances are simply allegations. They are not evidence. You should not be influenced or prejudiced for or against the defendant because the state is seeking the death penalty. The state has alleged the following statutory aggravating circumstances. A, the murder of Tylee Ryan was committed for remuneration, or the defendant employed another to commit the murder for remuneration or the promise of remuneration. B, the murder of Joshua Jackson, hereinafter J.J. Vallow, was committed for remuneration, or the defendant employed another to commit the murder for remuneration or the promise of remuneration. C, the murder of Tamara, hereinafter Tammy Daybell, was committed for remuneration, or the defendant employed another to commit the murder for remuneration or the promise of remuneration. D, the murder of Tylee Ryan was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity. E, the murder of J.J. Vallow was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity. F, the murder of Tammy Daybell was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity. G, by the murder or circumstances surrounding their commission, the defendant exhibited utter disregard for human life. H, the defendant, by his conduct, whether such conduct was before, during, or after the commission of the murders at hand, has exhibited a propensity to commit murder, which will probably constitute a continuing threat to society. If, after considering all the evidence, you unanimously find that one or more of the aggravating circumstances exists beyond a reasonable doubt, you must indicate on the special verdict form by specifically stating what aggravating circumstances or circumstance exists. If, after looking at all the evidence, you unanimously find that there is a reasonable doubt about the existence of a statutory aggravating circumstance, or you cannot unanimously agree on the existence of a statutory aggravating circumstance, you must indicate on the special verdict form that the state has not proven the aggravating circumstance. You must indicate this finding by checking the appropriate line next to such aggravating circumstance or circumstances on the verdict form. Your presiding juror must sign the verdict form. Next instruction. It is presumed that no statutory aggravating circumstance exists in this case. This presumption remains throughout the sentencing phase and during your deliberations. The state has the burden of proving the existence of a statutory aggravating circumstance, and that burden remains on the state throughout the sentencing phase. The defendant is not required to prove the absence of any aggravating circumstance, nor is the defendant required to produce any evidence at all. The state must prove the existence of a statutory aggravating circumstance beyond a reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible or imaginary doubt. It is a doubt based on reason and common sense. It may arise from a careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence or from lack of evidence. If after careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence, you are not convinced beyond a reasonable doubt about a statutory aggravating circumstance, it is your duty to find that a statutory aggravating circumstance has not been proven. On the other hand, if after careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence, you are convinced beyond a reasonable doubt about a statutory aggravating circumstance, it is your duty to find that a statutory aggravating circumstance has been proven. Next instruction. A mitigating factor is any fact or circumstance relating to the crime or to the defendant's state of mind or condition at the time of the crime, or to his character, background, or record that tends to suggest that a sentence other than death should be imposed. A mitigating factor does not have to constitute a defense, excuse, or justification for the crime, nor does it even have to reduce the degree of the defendant's blame for the crime. My instructions given at the end of the trial phase were that you are not allowed to have sympathy for the defendant or to enter that into your deliberations, and that does not apply at this sentencing phase. Mitigating factors may include any fact or circumstance that inspires sympathy, compassion, or mercy for the defendant. Evidence supporting the existence of a mitigating factor may come from the trial phase or this sentencing phase, whether produced by the defendant or the state. Next instruction, a defendant has a constitutional right not to be compelled to testify. The decision whether to testify is left to the defendant, acting with the advice and assistance of the defendant's lawyer. You must not draw any inference of guilt from the fact that the defendant did not testify during the guilt phase of the trial or during the sentencing phase, nor should this fact be discussed by you or enter into your deliberations in any way. The next instruction, victims have the right to personally address you by making a victim impact statement, which is a statement concerning the victim's personal characteristics and the emotional impact of the murder. A victim impact statement is not made under oath and is not subject to cross-examination. A victim may not make any statements that are characterizations or opinions about the crime, the defendant, or the appropriate sentence, and you should disregard any such comments you may otherwise consider victim impact statements in your deliberations. And my final instruction before we start with the opening arguments is instruction number 7. The defendant has the right to personally address you. This is called the right of allocution. Allocution is not made under oath and is not subject to cross-examination. The law provides that these statements are something that the defendant is allowed to present to you as mitigation. You may consider these statements in your deliberations. All right, that concludes the court's preliminary instructions. At this time, Mr. Wood, I understand you'll be making an opening statement for the state.
Yes, Your Honor. May I approach the jury, and is there a microphone we can use?
Yeah, we'll get you a wireless mic.
Ladies and gentlemen, when we first met during the jury selection process, we spoke with you about what could happen if we got to this phase of the trial. And we spoke with you about some of your thoughts and feelings about if we got to this phase. And we're here. And in that earlier discussion, we talked with you about what happens if a defendant is convicted of first-degree murder or conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. And we talked with you about some of your feelings and your thoughts on that. The discussion we had involved the jury questionnaires that you filled out. And those questionnaires in our conversations dealt with acknowledging that murder in and of itself is not sufficient for the death penalty. That there has to be something else beyond a finding of guilt if you are to impose the death penalty. And the thing that has to be proven to you beyond a reasonable doubt and beyond that finding of guilt, conspiracy to commit murder, are these aggravating circumstances or aggravating factors the judge just mentioned. And we have alleged in this case, in a document that was filed a long time ago, there are multiple aggravating factors that we are going to ask you to find. And the judge read those to you. I'll go back over them in just a moment. In considering those factors, however, we don't have to start all over again. Yesterday, the court read you an instruction that says you may consider and you shall consider all of the evidence presented so far. And so you have to consider everything that you considered in coming to your verdict on the charges of murder and conspiracy to commit murder. We will not be presenting additional evidence to you in this hearing. However, you will hear from multiple victims in this case. Again, you are entitled to consider everything that has been proven to you beyond a reasonable doubt so far. And the judge read these, but I'm going to read them one more time. These are the aggravators that we are going to ask you to find exist beyond a reasonable doubt. The murder of Tylee Ryan was committed for remuneration. The murder of J.J. Vallow was committed for remuneration. The murder of Tammy Daybell was committed for remuneration. The murder of Tylee Ryan was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity. The murder of J.J. Vallow was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity. The murder of Tammy Daybell was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity. That by these murders or circumstances surrounding their commission, that this defendant exhibited utter disregard for human life. That the defendant, by his conduct, whether such conduct was before, during, or after the commission of the murders at hand, has exhibited a propensity to commit murder, which will probably constitute a continuing threat to society. Again, we're going to ask you to make these findings based on the evidence that's already been presented in this case and anything you hear today. And so going forward, as the judge told you, the trial will work like this. If you decide that the state has proven one or more of those aggravators beyond a reasonable doubt, this case then goes back to you. And it is your decision whether one or more of these aggravators has been proven. And if it has, then you must decide if under these circumstances, imposition of the death penalty would be just or unjust. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wood. That concludes the opening statement from the state. Mr. Pryor, if you'd like to present an opening statement on behalf of your client, you may do so at this time.
And just once more, Judge, may I approach the well?
Yes. Yeah, we're going to adjust a camera as well first. Thank you, Mr. Pryor.
Think it took them long enough, people?
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Pryor. Yes.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. You know, there's a saying that says you can define someone about who they are now and in the future by what they've done in the past. And only a unusual trajectory or an unusual or startling event can change that trajectory. And I want to talk to you a little bit about Chad Daybell. I want to talk to you a little bit about Sheila Daybell taking the stand and talking about this quiet, reserved, shy young man growing up in Springville, Utah. Springville's a town outside of Salt Lake City, about 50 miles south of Salt Lake City. Chad growing up there was a town of about 15,000 people.
Mr. Pryor, I really much apologize. We're barely picking you up on the mic. I don't know if we want to maybe swap mics or. All right. Thank you, Mr. Pryor. Apologies.
Skill with electronics is showing and has shown throughout this, I guess, correct? Yeah. Springville, Utah, small town, was at the time. I understand now it's 50,000 people. Chad growing up in this small town, quiet, shy, reserved, town of faith, town of religion, grew up in that. We heard Jason William talk about that. Tight-knit community. Maybe everybody knew each other. And then Chad goes on his mission. I don't know very much. You've gathered that. I don't know very much about the LDS faith. Goes off on a mission, comes back. This is not a mission where you gain worldly experience. It's not a mission where you gain insight into all of the unusual things or the challenges that people have in society. Things that many of us experience who maybe grow up in larger metropolitan areas or maybe even big cities or other parts of the country where you get an opportunity to experience other things. This is small town living. And he meets Tammy Douglas. And they get married. And they're married for 29 years. And by anybody's definition, anyone's definition, Tammy and Chad raised 5 wonderful children. 5 beautiful children. Very deep in their faith. Very deep in their commitment to family. And we can say maybe Tammy was the driving force in this. Tammy was the glue that created these wonderful children. But it doesn't just take one parent to do that. You don't raise 5 wonderful children, 5 amazing children with just one parent's input. It takes 2 parents to do that. It does take 2 parents to do that. And they did that, much like they shared in the Springville Publishing Company together. They did all of those things together and built this life. And Chad wrote these books. And again, I told you before, you don't have to agree with what he wrote about, but he wrote books about things that interest him. And Jason William, Steve Schultz, Emma. Jason talked about Chad, and Steve Schultz talked about Chad, deeply involved with the Boy Scouts, deeply involved with his church, a member, a secretary to and I cannot remember the words, and I will hack him if I say that, but deeply involved with the integral part of his church and his belief. And as Jason William talked about it, he said, remember this when he said, December, Christmas time, something changed. Something changed. What changed in December? Chad got this trajectory that was changing his trajectory. You can judge someone by their past and predict how they're going to be in the future, unless there's an interjecting trajectory that maybe changes the plan. And that trajectory, that bomb that came into his life, was a woman who previously had been married 4 times. And that bomb brought chaos to Chad Daybell's life. And this worldly man, no, not a worldly man, no experience, the only girlfriend, the only woman, 29 years, from the mission to marriage to 5 kids. He doesn't have a lot of experience dealing with relationships, dealing with how to interact with people, maybe being manipulated. And we can argue this all day long. But when it comes to personal relationships, he wasn't a worldly man. And on the other hand, the trajectory that's coming through, the trajectory that's flying into this 29-year marriage is a woman who didn't have 1, 2, 3, 4 marriages. That's worldly experience. That's a lot of things. There's a lot of things going on there. And then it all changes. The amplification of these religious beliefs, these crazy thoughts, this crazy trail of things. And you've made your decision, and I'm not going to go back on that. But look at where he was. And in Jason Williams' own words, Christmas 2018, what changed? What caused this change? We know what caused the change. You've seen all the evidence. And when I went through the voir dire process with you, I used an expression, and some of you may remember this. I don't know if I used it with all of you. I said, everything that glitters is not gold. Lori Vallow glittered. She was not gold. She was the trajectory that changed the plan. You don't go back on 29 years of marriage with nothing as far as a speeding ticket. Raising 5 wonderful children, that takes 2 parents to do that. And then this trajectory comes in and chaos hits. And all of these things start cascading. And this thing becomes very complicated and difficult. Easy. And this small town boy from Springville, Utah, who's residing on a farm with his wife and his family close by in a wonderful community of Rexburg, has this bomb dropped. Suddenly chaos ensues. We have to look back at that, because when you start talking about how do you predict the future, you go back looking at what the past was, and you examine what Chad Daybell's past was prior to the bomb being dropped, the Lori Vallow bomb being dropped on Chad Daybell's life, and suddenly all of this stuff changing. And you evaluate that and you look back and say, is this a person? If it wasn't for that trajectory coming in and changing the path, is this where we would be going? It's not where we'd be going. Path's changed. But you judge what's capable in the future by what you've seen him do with his family, his friends, in this small knit community of Springville, Utah, and raising these 5 absolutely wonderful children. Thank you.
All right, that'll conclude the opening statements. At this point of the proceedings, then, the state is entitled to put on evidence in support of aggravating factors. Does the state intend to put on any evidence in support of aggravating factors?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Is the defense going to put on any evidence in support of mitigation, Mr. Pryor?
No, Judge.
All right. At this time, the next stage of these proceedings then would be for the state to introduce any victim impact statements it may have. Is the state going to do that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Very well. You can commence with victim impact statements. The court would note they are governed by statute, somewhat limited in scope, and I believe counsel has tailored these to comport with the statute. So with that in mind, Ms. Blake, if you'd like to call in order your first impact statement victim.
The state would call Ron Douglas.
Very well. Okay, if you'll give us just a moment, we're making sure the cameras are situated so that they are not recording victims in this case. I'm also going to note and reiterate that instruction. These statements are not under oath, nor are they subject to cross-examination. So, Ms. Blake, once you're ready, you can elicit any statement Mr. Douglas may have.
Your Honor, may the state remain seated.
Yes, you may, Ms. Blake.
And Mr. Douglas, I'll just let you know the microphones are directional. So if you angle it kind of up under your chin, it will probably pick you up the best. And my intent, Your Honor, is simply to ask a few questions and have him then read his statement.
I think that's appropriate. Thank you, Ms. Blake.
Would you please state your name for the record?
Ron Douglas. That's Douglas.
Mr. Douglas, which victim in this matter are you related to?
I am Tammy's father.
Have you prepared a statement today?
I have.
Would you please read your statement for the record?
Before moving to Idaho, she lived 1 block away. It was difficult for us when she moved. We'd had daily interactions with her and the children. After they moved, we drove to see them for all of the children's weddings and graduations. Our last visit in Idaho with them was in March of 2020. My wife made me promise to return and visit the kids after she passed away. My wife passed away last June. The tragedy of the case has harmed our family's relationship with the kids. I will remain open to rebuilding a relationship with them. It makes me angry, and it destroys me to know Tammy was treated how she was. I find it comforting to know that Tammy is resting peacefully in Utah, buried alone, and near her beloved mother.
Thank you, Mr. Douglas.
All right, you can go ahead and step down, Mr. Douglas, and I'll have the state call its next victim for an impact statement.
Your Honor, the next victim to present an impact statement will be Kay Woodcock.
Very well.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Mr. Wood.
Thank you. Ms. Woodcock, we know you've already testified in this case, but can you remind the jury which victim you were related to?
Am related to JJ Vallow. He was my grandson, and Tylee Ryan is my step niece.
Thank you. Did you prepare a statement, a victim impact statement today?
Yes,
Will you please read that for the jury?
sure. Today is an incredibly difficult and bittersweet day. I am filled with pride as I remember and speak about what an amazing grandson we had, and grief stricken at speaking about how devastated I am at his loss. I stand here today. Well, I sit here today try and explain the immense pain that me and everyone in my family continues to endure daily. But how do I do that? What words carry the strength and impact to really ensure you feel the joy and love that JJ created and the impact of his death? There aren't any. No words can truly describe and fully demonstrate the depth of pain his death has created in our hearts and our lives. The loss of a grandchild is immensely painful under normal circumstances for any grandparent. The death of a grandchild at the hands of another brings pain that is indescribable. If you remember, JJ was born with the name Kanan Todd Trahan. He was born May 25th, 2012. He would have celebrated his 12th birthday just a few short days ago. I will call him Kanan while I talk about his first year of life because that is who he was then. He was born a fighter, 10 weeks premature, weighing in at a tiny but mighty 2 pounds and 14 ounces. From minutes of being born, he was transferred to a hospital with a neonatal intensive care unit where he spent weeks fighting to grow. He was about 2 hours old when I saw him for the first time. Seeing him, I knew he was my grandson. He was the mirror image of my son, Todd, his biological father. Todd has always loved him and always will. Kanan's death has changed his life forever. While he was in the NICU, I was only able to see him for a few minutes at a time until I was notified he would be released to us within days. 25 years since I had a new baby at home and never a preemie with all their special needs. Larry and I didn't hesitate immediately. We said yes. The only place we wanted him to be was home with us. The night before he was discharged, I spent the night in a little room next to the NICU, talking to nurses, learning things that our little preemie grandbaby would need. The next day, it was time to leave. The nurse brought a wheelchair in and said, "Have a seat. We'll get you out of here." I looked at her, perplexed. I said, "I don't need a wheelchair. I can walk." She let me know that it was hospital policy. I sat in the wheelchair, took Kanan in my arms, and was wheeled out of the hospital like a new mama. I felt so much pride for this little baby who had not only overcome being born 10 weeks early, but also being born with illicit substance in his tiny little body. He was ready to come home well before he was expected. And my pride in him knew no bounds. We knew then that he was a champion and so special. That day began an amazing experience of raising our cherished little man. While Kanan had been in the NICU, he spent much time hooked up to machines and monitors that he didn't get snuggled all day, every day, like a typical newborn. The noises and routines of the NICU were gone, and it was such a huge change for him. His first night home, I bathed him. He cried so hard, and I cried along with him. My heart was so heavy with the disadvantages he was experiencing through no choice of his own. My husband, Larry, who is Paw, asked me to give Kanan to him. He placed Kanan on his bare chest and wrapped his robe around him, gently breathing on his head until he stopped crying and fell asleep. It became a daily occurrence, part of our routine. He would hold him for hours so Kanan would feel loved, comforted, and secure. I saw my husband in a new light, seeing what type of daddy he was to a newborn. It was like Kanan made us young newlyweds. Larry jumped in, feet first, and did all the things a new father should and more. It made our relationship grow and gave us new strength. Kanan was our strength, and we were his comfort. His first 6 months, we went to countless doctor appointments for his host of medical problems. We went to appointments with doctors for his heart, kidney, urology problems, speech, occupational therapists, and regular pediatricians for the things that every baby does. We were always on the move, going from one doctor to another, constantly working to ensure he thrived and grew. That, along with loving him, was our number one priority. At each appointment, it was pretty much guaranteed I would cry. It hurt so badly to see everything he was experiencing, not only from being born prematurely with drugs in his system. The decision was made to place Kanan with Charles and Lori after they approached us with their desire to have a child of their own. We agonized over the decision, but knew from our past interactions with them that it was the right one. Charles and Lori were granted custody a few short months later. It was then Kanan became JJ. It was happy and devastating at the same time. We loved raising him. We gave all our love and energy, ensuring he grew, thrived, and knew what unconditional love. That time was priceless, and his growth and milestones were evidence of our love for him. But we knew this was the best decision for his future, to have siblings and access to the types of schools and services we didn't have available in Lake Charles. When he left, I felt a grief that can only be compared to the grief of losing someone to death, which is now a feeling we all know too well. We barely made it 30 days before we were standing on Charles' steps, ready to love on our baby. When the door opened, there he was in his little baby walker. I saw tears in his eyes at seeing us, right along with the huge toothless grin. It was clear that he missed us too. Before I could take a step, Larry swooped him up in his arms, and at 11 months old, he wrapped his tiny arms around Larry, laying his head on him. The connection was still so strong. We never lost that special connection with our sweet little man, and we were always his love, comfort, and safety. It is soul crushing that his energy and adventurous, oh goodness, wait, hang on. I made it a few months before I had to get to my JJ. So in November of 2014, I made my first trip to Hawaii, quickly returning once again in December with Larry. We would visit about every 4 to 5 months because it was such a long trip to Hawaii from Louisiana. One we were happy to make, and we stayed for as long as possible, normally 10 to 14 days. We needed to soak up as much JJ time as we could. I remember one trip in the winter of 2015, JJ stayed home with me while Charles and Lori went to church. I was making a big pot of gumbo. I had to bring a little bit of Louisiana to Charles, and JJ was excited to help me. We pulled up a stool and he poured in ingredient after ingredient. I can still see him standing next to me, intently pouring chicken broth in the pot. Afterwards, he climbed on the counter and just watched, taking it all in. It is a memory that I will always cherish and dearly hold on to. During our visits, Charles or Lori would comment on how JJ would do things with us that were a stark contrast for them. He always awoke at the crack of dawn, never sleeping any later. When visiting, we would have JJ sleep with us. He would sleep until 9 or 10 o'clock, which astonished them. There was never a doubt. He had an innate and unbroken attachment to us. Each visit, no matter where they lived, Lori always expressed her deep appreciation that we gave them the greatest gift ever. That is just one part of why this causes so much pain. It is a betrayal that can't be explained. JJ was incredibly smart. He was reading on a middle school level by the time he was 4. I remember being in a store with him on the aisle with eye drops, and there he was reading off the labels: Visine, Cysteine, antihistamine, one long word after another. I hadn't seen him do that before, and I was blown away. He was brilliant. He would occasionally stumble on a syllable, but we took the time to go through and help him figure it out. But wow, the amount of awe I was in still makes me smile and feel the same pride I did that day. As he got a little older, he was enrolled in a private academy in Arizona, which focused on every aspect of educating and empowering children like JJ. He loved his school and they loved him. It was there where it was discovered another level of brilliance JJ possessed. I remember when Charles told us he was a math savant, he could calculate anything. I continually wonder what he would have become, what type of man would he have become? Not only was JJ smart, but he was also fun, a very contented child, healthy, compassionate, and empathetic. JJ didn't show his empathy and compassion with hugs and kisses. In fact, you had to chase him down for those kisses. Instead, he showed his empathy and compassion with gentle touches and soft tones when he spoke. He would constantly stop to ask people if they were okay, if he could see they were hurt. His world was fascinating and exciting due to his huge imagination. He would put on concerts for his stuffed animals under our enormous tree, playing the drums on buckets, pots, and pans. The joy he exuded and shared can't be measured. I loved watching him, taking him in and seeing how he approached the world. I never got enough of him. Now I've had all will for the rest of my life and only have memories. When Charles and Lori married, Tylee was 3 years old. She was the most precious blonde-haired, blue-eyed little girl. Tylee was an absolute mama's girl, which there was never a doubt. I was thrilled to have a new niece, especially one as sweet as her. Larry and I were driving to Austin, Texas to visit them on one of many visits, and we passed a roadside stand selling swings made from old tires. I saw one that was a horse complete with a saddle and stirrups. I grabbed Larry's arm and said, "Stop, we have to get that for Tylee." Her brother Colby and stepbrothers Cole and Zach were always around her. She needed something just for her, and she loved it. Tylee was 9 years old when JJ became her little brother. She loved him so incredibly much, and he loved her right back. She doted on him, and he loved every minute of attention he got from his big sister. That love is displayed in the last photo taken of them together at Yellowstone, both grinning and hugging each other. As a big sister, Tylee would put notes on her bedroom door, one being "Do not enter." As you can assume, even though JJ could read and interpret words and their meanings, it didn't mean he listened. After all, isn't that what little brothers do? He would burst into her room. She would laugh, tease, and tell him to get out. I think she did it on purpose just to joke and play with him. It was hilarious to see them interact and warmed our hearts seeing them together. JJ adored our niece Maddie. On her 8th birthday in October of 2020, we were celebrating and singing happy birthday to her. The glow of the candles shining on her face, the huge grin that kids get during the singing hit me like a truck. I took the keys from Larry and went to the car and just bawled until I could compose myself enough to rejoin the party. It was the moment I knew that JJ didn't get his 8th birthday song, and it broke me. It was just so wrong. He didn't get to have that joy and feeling of love and celebration of his birthday. It is now a grief that we are confronted with yearly, a stark and glaring reminder that we are never going to be able to celebrate that joy with him again. We never know when one of those moments will hit, but I can tell you there have been too many situations in the past few years where we were slammed with the fact that JJ won't hit another milestone. JJ loved school, loved his families, friends, and cousins, especially his cousin Braxy, Brandon Boudreaux's oldest son. Those two had such a special bond and love for each other. There were so many lives he touched that feel the immense pain and loss of him being gone. 4 of our grandchildren, near JJ's age, often tell us how they love and miss him. It is heartbreaking to have a conversation with an 11 or 12-year-old. How do you make them feel okay about it or safe? So yes, this is our life now, trying to comfort our other grandchildren while they try to comfort us. The constant question remains, who would he have become? What kind of man would he have been? Would he be a famous scientist with incredible math skills? Would he be, what would his amazing imagination have bloomed into? Would he have been the next Albert Einstein, Steve Jobs, Tim Burton, Elon Musk? We will never know. But we do know how incredibly special he was to us and now to countless others just by looking around this room. I can't express just how much I wish I could have more time to create memories with him and with Charles. There's a hole in my heart in the hearts of every member of my family that can never be filled and will remain for the rest of my life. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. The state can call its next victim for an impact statement.
Next, we'll have Matthew Douglas, Your Honor.
Very well.
Good morning.
Morning.
Can you please state your full name and then spell your last name?
It's Matthew Ronald Douglas, Douglas.
Thank you. And if you wouldn't mind, would you pull your microphone up just a little bit? Thank you
Okay.
very much. Would you tell the jury who you're here to talk about today?
I'm here to talk about my sister Tammy.
Thank you. Did you prepare a statement?
Yes, I did.
Would you please read that statement at this time?
October 19th, 2019. For me, that is when this tragedy starts. But it is by no means its actual beginning. For me, and my own segment of the Douglas clan, I can speak to the pain that started on that date and how it only grew as more and more things in our lives were upended. To those I speak to, I have come into this ordeal far into the timeline of things and have the thankful luxury of hindsight and having information neatly presented or as neat as life can possibly hand you in these circumstances. You're all on the outside looking in. For those of us directly affected, who you'll hear from or may have already, we're finally getting to let our voices in some capacity finally be heard in a meaningful manner, and we lived it. Often, minute to minute, hour to hour, day to day. For my little family, which for a family of 10, who am I kidding? It's not little. And especially for me, it has been a nightmare that you feel never ends. A continual cascading escalation of what's next. Every time I felt I started to grasp an element of control, if such a thing can exist, of my grief over the loss of my oldest sister, something new came along and ripped it open. Hearing from your siblings that your brother-in-law has remarried and kept it from your family weeks after the fact. That's painful. Hearing the day after our family Christmas party, the first without her, that her body had been exhumed. And at the time, not knowing the depth of why. That is gut-wrenching. And then the world goes upside down and topsy-turvy further. like you're being caught in a cheap holiday snow globe, thrown about and feeling like everything is obscured. Missing kids? Wait, there were kids? Now my brother-in-law and his new bride have fled from Idaho to Hawaii for what? And everybody at this point knows the evidence presented, the details big and small, many I still can't wrap my head and my heart around. The chain of events more clearly than I need rehash. Things happened so fast. We often learned of things from news or social media before we could be contacted formally by law enforcement. I always felt sorry for the moments that happened to whichever detective or member of the prosecutor's office we'd hear from. Because news moves fast these days, and it is often far outside their control to warn us before we learn of it. From heartless media jackals looking for a sensational story. Thankfully, there's still good people that still exist in that profession too. And as unorthodox as it may seem to find a silver lining and small blessings for, it is kind-hearted, truth-seeking journalists who didn't blindside us and the victims' families, or think we were just a quick quote to misuse to their ends. Because finding out things in real time that directly impacted and destroyed your family was never enjoyable. Finding out how much deeper the rabbit hole went in this with no consideration for our pain. And the continued impact on us all. I don't wish that on anyone. And yes, I said destroyed because losing Tammy, who to me was the emotional heart and glue of our siblings group, was a slow and steady destruction of elements of our family as we knew it. Mom was so heartbroken that it only seemed to accelerate and compound her chronic health issues, especially her 30-plus year battle with leukemia. We lost her last year, just a little over a week away from now. It'll be a year on June 8th. As she seemed to finally be ready to lay down her proverbial sword and shield after a tumultuous spring of emotions tied to it all. I still remember the last normal conversation I had with her just 3 days before Mother's Day, when she went into the hospital for the last time and then was sent home on palliative hospice care until she passed. Mom isn't here today. And by no means am I her voice in anything, nor is anyone. She was uniquely her own. I can speak to the impact I saw secondhand on her of losing Tammy. We often joked in the last few years that I was her emotional support human because we both understood the things about a life of chronic pain and health issues. In some of our tougher conversations, we were open and honest about how much her being gone affected us. Mom missed her dearly every damn day. I miss her, but not the pain and the heartbreak she was in at the end, because she had long ago earned that reprieve. Tammy's kids cut off contact with a lot of the Douglas side of the family for years after everything, and in some cases still do, in choosing to defend their father. I stand by their freedom to associate. Our freedom to associate is important to us as a society. But it is often a measure of a person by who they choose to or not to associate with. Having them not standing by their mother hurt. If they ever want to rectify that position or reconnect, they know where their uncle lives or how to find out. I'm not hard to find. Family ties were broken. To put it simply, the loss of Tammy revealed true natures and behaviors of family that perhaps previously were dismissed, hidden, or ignored blatantly. This isn't a place of grievances, but to explain the impact losing your sibling's heart and glue has. When masks come off and people are so true and real to themselves, for better or worse, that some recognize that things aren't healthy and it's time to fix that. It's painful creating boundaries with people in your life. Yet you're really raised to believe you should fight like hell to protect and love dearly. But it's also healing, at least on the outside of the boundary, but things will never be the same. And Tylee and JJ, two kids I never knew existed prior to all of this, and to whom me and my family are now forever tied in tragedy to. I have kids. Close to their ages. To say, even though I'm not related to them, I'm not impacted would be lying. Larry and Kay and all of your family. For me and mine, our hearts have hurt with you. As I've seen yours hurt with ours over Tammy. We've been grateful to the fact without your tireless love for those children, would we even be here now? And you've been a voice for my sister when often others wouldn't have. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Your Honor, the state would next call Annie Cushing.
Okay, very well.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Rickson, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, will you please state and spell your full name for the record?
Annie Cushing, Cushing.
Can you please explain for the record, are you related to one of the victims in this case?
I am. I'm Tylee Ryan's aunt, Joseph Ryan's sister.
And as you came here today, did you come with a statement that you'd like to share with the jury?
I did.
Do you have that with you?
I do.
Would you like to go ahead and read that now, please?
Sure. Thank you. I remember getting a call from my brother Joe in 2002 to tell me he had gotten married, converted to the LDS faith, and was expecting a baby. Joe had been the perennial bachelor of the family. In his 40s, never married, and no kids. So this was very surprising news. He wanted to fly me out to meet his new wife. They were both so excited to be having a little girl. They had already picked out her name and were well ahead of schedule, buying the best of everything this little baby would possibly need. A couple years later, we vacationed together as families. Joe was the quintessential first-time father. Every developmental milestone Tylee achieved convinced him all the more she was clearly a child prodigy. He was also convinced she looked just like him and would find excuses to refer to her as Daddy's soul girl. Truth be told, Tylee actually looked more like her mom's side of the family, which I never told Joe. But on the inside, she was so her dad. She was always dressed like a princess and had an arsenal of hairstyles that she chose from each day. But once she learned to talk, she would let you know what she wanted and was prepared to negotiate those desires like she was finalizing a legally binding contract. Even as a little girl, Tylee knew what she wanted, and we were all her humble servants. Fast forward to 2018. I flew out to Phoenix. I flew out to Phoenix after my brother's death and was able to reconnect with Tylee. She was intelligent, clever, funny, sarcastic, and had the voice of an angel. She would just walk around the house singing. She would eventually take her love for singing to the karaoke platform Smule, leaving behind breadcrumbs for those of us who loved her and the thousands who would come to love her. But I could also tell she was depressed, and I desperately wanted to reach her to let her know I wanted to be in her life as much as she would allow. We just happened to connect on pop culture. We'd referenced ridiculous memes and viral videos, and her mom had no idea what we were talking about. So Tylee and I would take turns explaining the references. It was the first spark of connection, our common ground. Our second was over questions she had about what I did for a living. Oddly enough, her dad and I were both analysts, so I think it felt safer for her to ask about my world than her dad's, since any mention of her dad was a trigger for her mom, and she hadn't seen her dad in a while. I even told her that if nothing else, she definitely had the personality of an analyst. Facts were very important to her. Case in point, her mom, who was braggadocious and never let facts get in the way of a good story, was telling me about one of Tylee's academic achievements, and Tylee corrected her on a relatively inconsequential detail her mom had overstated. I teased her afterwards and was like, dude, who does that? You couldn't have just let that detail slide. And we had a good laugh. But to Tylee, I think if it wasn't accurate, it just wasn't meaningful. She was exacting, just like her dad. My last night in Phoenix, we were supposed to have a girls' night out, but her mom changed her mind and said she was going to bed. It turned out to be the best gift she could have given me because it was the first time on that trip Tylee and I actually had time alone to connect. We enjoyed some small talk and foraged for food, but then I took a calculated risk and decided to share some things that I thought were really special about her. First, let me say, I've watched a lot of true crime over the years and know the tendency of family members to apply a halo effect to their loved ones after they pass, especially if they were victims. But after I left, one of my adult kids reached out to me to see how I was doing. We had an extended text message exchange about my time in Phoenix. And I talked about that interaction, which memorialized it. I just happened to find it in the course of the case. And I was like, no one's going to believe this actually happened. Everyone's going to attribute this to the Dateline effect. So I've actually published it publicly. For context, I had shared details about some of the conflict in the home leading up to this snippet. I wrote, Tylee opened up to me the last night after Lola went to bed. I feel trapped. I connected with Tylee, but don't want anything to do with Lolo ever again. And for this next snippet, I had shared some details about an outburst Tylee had toward her mom after she had said something grossly inappropriate about her dad. I wrote, she was this angry, resentful, sarcastic teen the entire week. Then we talked alone, and she was putty. She was so sweet and genuinely responsive to the genuine positive feedback I gave her. There's a picture of Tylee floating out there where she has the same sweet smile I saw that night. It had a vulnerability to it. It's my favorite picture of her because here she was, this walled garden, and in that interaction, she let me in. Even if it was just a step past the threshold, that brief exchange was the highlight of that week for me. Since learning more about her story, even up to that point, I completely understand why Tylee wasn't quick to let anyone in. Excuse me. By sharp contrast, according to Alex Gilbert, the defendant's neighbor who testified, he said Tylee didn't like people. That's not true. She wasn't ever angry or disrespectful in any way toward me, and I was there less than a week. We got along swimmingly. Now, his reported follow-up statement about her not liking him, that tracks. She was not one to suffer fools. I also found out in that chat she loved New York City. That was my open door. So I lobbed the idea of flying her out for her 18th birthday over the fence, and it was a hit. As I said in that text exchange, I was done with her mom and her extremist beliefs, but I thought there was a chance I'd have the opportunity to develop a relationship with Tylee that wasn't dependent on her mom. I planned to show her the best views that tourists don't know about, walk the High Line together, get real pizza, take her to the rotating restaurant in Times Square with breathtaking 360 views of the city, and let her reconnect with my daughter, who she hadn't seen since she was little. Her 18th birthday couldn't have been further from this celebratory event I had imagined. Excuse me. As her remains had been recently discovered in the defendant's backyard. Getting back to our last time together, I want to be fair. That trip certainly wasn't all bad. There were also some very sweet moments between Tylee and her mom, moments of hilarity and a fun outing. I also didn't see anything concerning with JJ. Everyone was nurturing and protective of him. JJ, like his big sister, didn't let just anyone in. I had no idea if I'd be able to connect with him. I was fascinated by this little boy who had a wild imagination and the closest bond I've ever seen a child have with a dog. Bailey was his constant companion. But with JJ, as more of an outsider, your interactions felt more like moving alongside him rather than engaging directly. So I was looking for, any possibility of our worlds to kind of cross. To that end, one thing I noticed was JJ didn't just watch TV. It was like an immersive experience. He'd be talking to the characters, commenting, imitating sounds, especially explosions. He loved imitating explosions. So I tried to do the same thing, but kind of tamped down and on the DL. I would just look at the TV and comment at something outrageous, like, what? That's wild. So we were both just kind of yelling at the TV. Whether it was a connection or not, it at least made watching TV a lot more fun. But then this one time shortly after that, his mom and I were talking in the kitchen next to the island. It's germane to the story. As a function of JJ's autism and unbounding energy, he'd run in this one circuit, which included the area just on the other side of the island. And their house at that time was palatial, so it was a pretty significant circuit. But on one trip, he broke out of his circuit and without slowing down, ran into the kitchen and into me, throwing off my balance a bit because I wasn't expecting it. Without a word, he hugged me and kept on running. I stood there stunned and asked his mom, "Was that a drive-by hugging?" I was so touched because it was the first discernible indicator that we connected. That night, as she was putting him down for bed, I heard him ask her, "Will Annie be here when I wake up?" Again, we never interacted directly in any way, but he recognized presence. So like Tylee, I didn't know if our worlds would ever collide in any meaningful way, but I believe that love is a universal language that's somehow communicated between sincere hearts. Just a month after that visit, Tylee wrote in an Instagram post on her mom's birthday that she had, quote, won the lottery with this one as my mom. So I believe there was hope for them to one day be able to set up some healthier boundaries and find peace. But just 4 months after that post, to the day, that would all change. That was the day her mom met the defendant. It was the spark that eventually would set so many of our lives ablaze. This case has been death by 1,000 cuts. Each detail that would come out over the past 4 years was just another cut. Sorry. It's taken a toll on my family, my health, and my overall perspective. And it felt like the world had become a more dangerous place. Just a little peek behind the curtain. There was one time early in the case, Tylee and JJ were still missing, and the city was in lockdown because of the pandemic, and police were out en masse because of protests and riots in the city. It was like the whole world had gone mad. But I had gone for a run through Times Square, which looked like a ghost town with a sea of mental health billboards. When I passed a corner newsstand, there was a picture of Tylee and JJ on a magazine cover with a heart-grabbing headline. Seeing that against a backdrop of what looked like a post-apocalyptic landscape made it all the more surreal. But to be clear, it's still surreal. It always will be. If someone had told me in 2002 that in 20 years' time, Joe and Tylee would both be dead, and I'd be swept up in a criminal case around Tylee's murder, I wouldn't have believed it. Tylee had her whole life ahead of her. She had dignity, she had dreams, she had goals. This defendant stole all of that. To close on a high note, a Greek philosopher once said, "The wheels of justice turn slowly, but grind exceedingly fine." I believe that has happened in this case. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Your Honor, we've had a question raised. We might ask the marshal if there's a box of Kleenexes at the witness stand. Sure.
And Judge, could we have a sidebar for a minute as well?
Yes.
Why would you have a sidebar during victim impact statements? Wow.
something that I can never reconcile. That is the impact on them, an impact that will echo through their lives. My twins, now 4.5 years old, are far too familiar with death at such a young age. Our once strong and joyful family bonds have been bruised and broken. I have always been so grateful I married into a big, loud, close-knit family. From day one, I was Aunt Kelsey. Tammy was truly my sister, and I cherish the relationships I built with each of her children, my nieces and nephews. However, the relationships with our nieces and nephews, once filled with love and laughter, are now incredibly strained and painful. My children do not know their cousins. The joy of family gatherings, Sunday dinners at grandma's, running around the neighborhood with their cousins, all the things that made our family vibrant and united are now lost. I cannot overstate the closeness, the bonds, the depth of our relationships that have been shattered. My children and Tammy's grandchildren are growing up missing out on the essential family connections that brought so much richness to Tammy's own children's lives. I desperately hope these relationships can be repaired. The toll has been profound. My mother-in-law passed away last year, and the strain from Tammy's death and the severed relationships with her grandchildren took a monumental toll on her health. She passed without fully repairing these relationships, a reality that I cannot accept. Reflecting on these past 4.5 years, every joyful moment is overshadowed. Memories are tarnished, especially those of my children's early years. We've sought counseling, we've leaned on our family for support to navigate through trauma and grief. But we are exhausted beyond measure. Tammy's murder is the direct cause of our suffering. Pain, fractured relationships, and unhealed wounds are all part of the aftermath. This is the legacy of anguish and sorrow that will haunt our family for generations. Thank you.
All right, if the state has another victim to have an impact statement offered, we can do that at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state would call Ben Douglas.
You can proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Douglas, can you state your name and spell it for the record?
Benjamin Douglas, Benjamin, Douglas, Douglas.
And can you tell the jury which victim in this case you're related to and how?
I am Tammy Daybell's youngest brother.
Thank you. Did you prepare a statement to read today?
Yes, I have one.
If you could do that now, thank you.
October 10th, 2019, I became a father of twins after years of my wife, Kelsey, and I struggling to have children. We started the current chapter of our life. Just 9 days later, on Saturday, October 19th, 2019, exhausted as a parent to newborn twins is, I received a phone call from my sister Samantha informing that our sister Tammy had passed away overnight. I was in shock and physically unable to move out of that bed for hours after, sobbing and wondering why this had. I had seen her just a few weeks previous when she stopped by our home alongside my parents, bringing gifts for the twins and excitedly saying that she had been hoping they'd show up in time for her visit. My children only know their Aunt Tammy from pictures, stories, and grave marker that they frequently request to visit. They only know their dad as someone dealing with great amounts of grief and anxiety, and I only know how to parent as someone fighting through the tidal waves of loss, media coverage, texts, phone calls, and at-home visits from reporters. The amount of sleepless nights I've had from raising twins pales in comparison to the nights I've been kept awake by nightmares of someone close to me hurting my children. The amount of damage having trust that was built over decades of family time completely broken does to an individual is unmeasurable. The pain of not just losing your sibling, but to have their children, my nieces and nephews, completely alter their relationships with me is excruciating and a lasting hurt. Instead of there being a collective healing and grieving process, there is still ongoing damage and pain. Where there should be love and comfort from close family bonds, there are now major fractures that I can only hope will one day mend and be made whole. I miss sharing our birthday month, which now feels hollow and empty. I miss my sister. Thank you.
All right, if the state would like to call another victim to make an impact statement, you may do so.
Connor, could we approach?
Yes. All right, thank you, counsel. We've been going some time at this point. In lieu of lunch, however, we do just want to take a restroom break because I'm not sure that there's too many more. However, I think it is a good time to stop and give everyone a break for a moment. So we'll take about a 15-minute recess and come back on for additional victim impact statements.
All right, please.
See you in an hour, people.
Wow, you guys.
Yeah.
That was really hard to listen to.
Right?
Yeah.
Tammy really got some loved ones.
It is not a very happy day for me right now. You know.
It's crazy.
Yeah. So we got a 15-minute break?
I would say it's going to be a half hour instead.
Oh, you said 15.
Well, you know how Idaho is. I
Yeah.
say a half hour.
Yeah, that's probably true. Pretty heavy. But I don't see any response from Chad.
No,
None.
jury's gonna watch that.
Are they though?
If I was a juror, I'd be watching him. Damn right I would be. I'd want to see some kind of emotion.
I think that's why the jury isn't in there right now, is because they don't get to see that. But I don't know.
Oh, they're not?
I don't think so, are they?
I don't know. I've been on the phone for what, 2 hours?
Oh God.
Yeah, I got a lot going on here on my end.
Catch me up, man. I need to hear some good news. So you're gonna have to tell me some good news today.
The good news is my son represented himself in court today, and he won. He's taken back his power.
I'm glad to hear that.
Yep. And he was against an attorney that is well known in that area, and she didn't like that too much. The judge
No?
sided with son. I was so proud.
Amanda, the jury is in there listening to that. I think that's just hard.
Are they in
Really?
there?
That's what Amanda says, yeah.
I thought they were, but I
I
don't
wasn't
know.
sure. The victim impact stuff, I'm never sure.
La, 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 la. Do, 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 do.
Okay.
What?
The statements are being said to the jury. Statements are being said to the jury. That's what Amanda said.
Statements are being sent to the jury. Okay.
All right, well, then I'm gonna go pee.
I'm gonna make some hamburger rice. So we'll keep this running. I'm going to go check my hamburger. You know what I find it really weird? Because unlike Lori's, the judge only let Kobe speak. A letter from Summer, Lori's sister. Okay. Tammy's sister or aunt. And that was it.
Well, it's been 15 minutes. I wonder if they're going to wander back into the courtroom now.
Well, it's Idaho. You know they're going to run late. That's what they do. Can you imagine Brian Kohlberger's trial with Ann Taylor talking?
Oh my gosh, I'll probably sleep through half it if that's the case.
Oh, be like, okay, Ann Taylor's on. I'm going to walk away.
Well, like Amanda was saying, we could always put on the closed captioning and just not hear her voice.
Right? Sometimes, though, let's see if this one, you don't have that option. Sometimes you do, sometimes you don't. Whoa, what a mess here. Holy crap. Going on around here.
So hey, I thought your lady was visiting.
What?
I thought your lady was going to come visit you today.
I'm waiting.
Well, I thought she said 9 to 11.
Yes, that's what they told me. They haven't made it yet.
Fabulous. I wonder how late they're going to go today.
Well, you know, they should have, um, oh my God, what is going on? Yes, I'm cooking. I'm cooking. I gotta mute it. Hold on.
I'm not cooking today. I've been cooking. I'm tired of cooking today. What I miss. And it's been 29 minutes. You're right, Kit. Amanda, that totally pisses me off that he's not on the confirmed list for 34 Fairview. You know that sucker was there.
All right. Court's good,
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the jurors are lined up, so we'll go ahead and remain standing. Please, if we can have the jurors return to the courtroom.
All right. Freeze off President Counter for you.
Thank you. Please be seated. Okay, we're back on the record on KCR 22211623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. I appreciate everyone's patience as we work through this process today. There's a lot of administrative matters being taken up while we're not on the bench, but we're moving things along at this time. I'll note the jurors have returned and are properly seated, and we are continuing with victim impact statements, and I believe the state has a few more victim impact statements this afternoon. So who's going to be calling the next victim up to the stand?
I will, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Beatty, you can call the next person to give a statement.
Your Honor, the next individual would be Colby Ryan.
Okay.
Interesting.
Colby, could you state your full name and spell your last name?
Colby Ryan, Ryan.
Are you here to talk about Tylee and JJ today?
Yes.
How are you related to Tylee and JJ?
Tylee is my little sister and JJ is my little brother.
Did you prepare a statement to read today?
Yes.
Would you like to read that now?
Yes.
Go ahead.
It is very hard for me. Very hard for me to put into words what it means to have lost my entire family. I lost the ability to watch Tylee and JJ grow up. I lost my relationship with my little brother, which took years to build. Ugh.
It's okay if you need a moment. Take a moment if you need to. It's all right.
It took years to build to even have him be able to look us in the eyes. I lost the ability. Sorry. Sit with my little sister and talk and share our lives. So in short, I lost everything I've ever known. I lost the ability to share my children with them. Or have my children have the privilege to know them and be loved by them. My 3 kids will never know the kindness of Tylee's heart. Or JJ's silly and goofy personality. But more importantly, Tylee and JJ lost their lives. Tylee will never be able to travel like she always wanted to, or have a family of her own. Or find herself in this world. JJ will never be able to spread his love or his light around the world the way he used to. The only way I could describe the impact of their lives being lost is like a nuclear bomb dropping. I will never be able to share her gifts with the world, or have all the people who love her get to hear her incredible laugh. Sorry. Ugh. JJ will never get to grow up. And share his one-of-a-kind personality with the world. And everyone who's lost him feels the void. It's not an overstatement to say that I lost everything. But more importantly, we all lost Tylee and JJ. I stand here today, motherless, fatherless, sisterless, and brotherless. The only course forward is to trust in Christ, knowing that He has them in His arms, and wait for the day that we all meet again. I pray for all of you who have bleeding hearts. Thank you.
You.
Your Honor, the state would next call Samantha William.
Very well. Go ahead, Mr. Wixom.
Thank you. Ma'am, will you please state and spell your name for the record?
Samantha Gwilliam, Gwilliam.
And could you remind the jury how you're related to the victims?
Tammy is my sister.
And do you have a prepared statement?
I do.
Would you like to go ahead and read
Yeah,
that now?
I would like to. I speak out for my sister, Tammy Daybell, because she cannot speak for herself. She is dead. and others who were supposed to stand up for her, protect her, and love her did not. From the moment I found out that she was gone, I have never felt peace. In the first few weeks, I had a gut feeling that something wasn't right and that someone had done something to her, but I didn't know why. So many questions come up as a quick funeral is arranged, no autopsy and no answers. As we find out about a quick marriage, I smell a rat. As any woman does, I search out answers and dig through whatever evidence I can find. None of it was reassuring or good. There's still no peace to be found. We are questioned by police about missing children. And this uneasiness I had felt about Tammy's death only intensifies. We are notified that Tammy has been exhumed. And this is my first moment of maybe now I can get the answers I seek. But with the pandemic and exhaustive testing, I don't see results for a long time. My family sits in a limbo of not knowing why or what happened. In the meantime, there's a large investigation, many more questions. We are hounded by news reporters through phone calls, texts, emails, social media, and even with surprise visits at our front door. Still no peace. I am asked about a pet cemetery. And a few days later, I watch with the world as the bodies of two precious missing children are found on the same property where my sister died. I retched and sobbed over learning about JJ and Tylee. 2 more victims and no peace to be found for anyone. When we finally get the long-awaited autopsy results, our worst fears are confirmed and we know that she was murdered. We have spent almost 5 years waiting for there to be peace. My sister, Tammy, was my best friend. Before she moved to Idaho, we talked to each other almost every day, or saw each other almost every day. Her first year there was a hard adjustment, but she made a place for herself there and was a great member of her community. Tammy was a force for good at her school, influencing children, making friendship with others, and being a person you could count on. Pardon me. She loved being a mom, and especially a grandma. She was so excited to be part of their lives. She was content and happy. Her and I had made plans that when we were old that we would live next door to each other. We helped raise each other's children. We were excited for the future. My last visit I had with Tammy is the last time I have felt any peace. I would not be a good sister if I did not defend Tammy as well. She was made out by some in this court as if she was lazy and fat and dying from an illness. Look at me right now. I am the same age as Tammy was when she died. She was in better health than I am right now. Do I look like I am dying? It is not a crime to be a middle-aged woman trying to be healthy and still play a video game or eat fast food occasionally. My sister was ripped from our lives. Because of her murder, we lost a beloved mother, grandmother, sister, aunt, and daughter. She is irreplaceable. She started with 1 grandchild and missed seeing the next 5 that would be born. They will never get to know her. But when Tammy died, that is not the only thing that we lost. Her absence created a void that is unmistakable. We used to have a close relationship with Tammy's children, but now our relationship is strained, and some of the kids that I helped raise no longer speak to us. My mother passed away last June. She had to spend the last of her years separated from these same grandchildren for no fault of her own. My mother declined in health while still not having peace. Her passing was marred by the fact that Tammy's children chose to not participate in her funeral. The lies, deception, and murder have ripped our family apart. We do not feel peace. I am not a dark person or a zombie, and for me and my family to be portrayed this way is unacceptable. I am tired of being vilified, so there is a reason to not listen to me. I stand for truth, and I don't lie. So know as I say this now, my sister should not be dead right now. She should be here alive and smiling with her family and friends. She should be doting on her grandchildren and taking care of her animals. It is a cruel world that has taken her from us. We need to feel some peace for the first time in 5 years. I miss my sister every day. I will grieve for her for the rest of my life. I speak up for her now because she needs a voice. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Very well, does the state have another victim to make an impact statement?
Yes, Your Honor. The state will call Michael Douglas.
Okay. You can inquire, Ms. Blake.
Thank you. Would you please state your name for the record?
Michael Douglas.
And are you related to a victim in this matter?
I am.
And who is that?
Tammy.
How are you related to Tammy?
I am Tammy's sibling.
Did you prepare a statement for today?
I did.
Would you please read that?
I will. I am Tammy's older brother and the oldest of the Douglas siblings. My experience and the impact this has had on me has been profound. The day Tammy was killed, I received a phone call, and I looked down to see Samantha's name. I answered the phone. Good morning. Samantha said, "It's not going to be." It turns out she was right. I was in shock, and after the funeral, I drove to Idaho the next morning to be at her Idaho memorial. When I left, I called my wife and told her something was off. I tried to keep everyone from jumping to conclusions, mostly myself. I probably should have done more jumping. When we heard about the marriage, we were given a false date to lead us to believe that it had not been only 2 weeks. Then we found out the real date. I had received a call from my Aunt Vicky and my cousin Julie encouraging me to pursue an autopsy. I told them I couldn't because I was doing everything I could to keep my mom and dad alive. When we found out about the exhumation, I hoped that there was nothing to be found. I never wanted someone to be more wrong than I wanted Aunt Vicky to be wrong. But it was me that was wrong again. All of us were devastated by the exhumation, but especially my mother. She saw the exhumation as a desecration of Tammy's gravesite. Once Tammy was reinterred, my mom asked that we would meet again at the gravesite, and we did so. and held a family service. And then received a phone call from my mother indicating that there were 2 missing children. I remember where I was, what I was doing, and the exact feeling of, oh, please no. Please don't let this be so. My heart sank, and I said to my mom, Mom, Chad told us they were empty nesters. Surely this is a mistake, not anything to worry about. Maybe they have them in hiding. Maybe there's something else going on. Oh, I was wrong again. People would come up and ask if the kids had been found yet when they would see me in public. The stress and anxiety grew. And then the day came that the children were found. I broke into more pieces than I can count. I was at work, began crying hysterically, and had to be rushed into an office. I was surrounded by people that had figured out that this was coming long before I did. Hope was lost. I went into therapy, both talk and medicinal. My blood pressure went so high that my doctor prescribed something he'd only done 3 times previous in his long career. He was afraid I was having a stroke right there in the office and had an ambulance on standby in case I did so. When I learned of the results of the autopsy, I did not sleep for 6 weeks. The nightmare fodder that I have been provided will last me a lifetime. My insurance rates have skyrocketed due to the medications I started on right after the children were found, and I'm now ineligible for certain coverages. As the big brother, I felt and I feel like a failure. I failed to protect Tammy. I looked for a silver lining, as we do as big brothers, trying to set up some kind of win. And none to be found. For the first time in my life, I was unable to function at the level I always had. Work, family, God, all of my relationships suffered. I had to be told by my therapist that I had already lost, that I would not find a win. I have mostly come to terms with that, but the loss is still so very raw. I now have an angry part that has become hopefully not a permanent part of me. People that have known me most of my life don't know who I am. They don't know what I'm going through because they are not the big brother whose sister was killed. I cannot tell you what my dad or siblings have suffered because I did not lose a child or an older sibling. The grief and suffering is unique to each of us, but has driven wedges of misunderstanding. If this were radioactivity we were dealing with, I would look to the half-life to see when the pain and suffering might stop. The half-life of this experience will cover generations and many lifetimes. The scarring continues and the painful things keep happening. I have likened it to being in a slow-motion train crash these past 4.5 years. Watching loved ones and myself, as well as total strangers, caught up in the disaster, continuing to be pummeled with no end in sight. Today, hopefully, that train wreck loses momentum and finally comes to a screeching halt. I helped to found a charity to honor Tammy's legacy and to keep her memory alive.
We named it after her, and I have had many suggest that the name Daybell should not be there. That was her name. That was and is her children's names and her grandchildren's names, and will continue to be. We have strived to stay out of the public eye, to not do media requests, to not speak publicly about this, because we have attempted to continue our relationships with Tammy's children, to be able to have relationships with her grandchildren, all of their families. We love them and care for them, but there has been an alienation that is as painful as losing Tammy. We have relatives, children that have joined the family that we have not been allowed to meet due to this train wreck that you're all part of. I have been robbed of the opportunity of growing old with my little sister, being grandparents together and teasing each other into old age. I have had my peace stolen, and I have to fight every day to be patient and kind with others and myself. I have had some that have seen my wounds and have attempted to exploit this time of anguish for their personal gain. This train wreck has brought out much good in many, but has fostered much evil in others. I have lost a large portion of my income, my creative energy, and my ability to be of service to others due to the general loss of energy and health that this has caused. I am wounded, broken, sad, angry, disgusted, betrayed, and looking for answers on the constant pain of grief and loss. We hope that after this is over, we can attain closure and healing and take the next steps to finding ways to heal and grow stronger from these wounds afflicted upon us. Tammy, JJ, and Tylee have all been robbed of that choice and that chance.
All right, does the state have any further victim impact statements to provide?
We do not, Your Honor.
All right, at that point then, with the proceedings, the next inquiry the court would make is in relation to the defendant's right of allocution. Mr. Pryor, have you discussed with Mr. Daybell his right to make an allocution before the jury considers?
Yes, Your Honor.
And is Mr. Daybell going to make any allocution?
No, Your Honor.
Is that correct, Mr. Daybell? No allocution? Very well. That will conclude the submission of evidence and the right of allocution in this proceeding. The next issue the court will take up then is briefly reviewing the final instructions that will be given to the jurors, as well as a verdict form before they retire for deliberation. We do need to take a moment to review those with counsel outside of the presence of the jurors. They are prepared, so I don't think this will be an extensive break, but we will take a break here for the court to go through jury instructions with counsel. Once that's concluded, we'll have the jurors brought back in for any closing arguments that may be presented by the state and the defense. So if all would rise for the jurors, we'll do that at this time.
I thought we already had closing arguments.
Can you believe it? He
I
has
hate him
nothing-
so much. Sorry.
Wow.
I hate his guts so much. I'm gonna cry. That's his brother-in-law for 29 years, and he feels nothing for his pain. Nothing.
Thank you. Please be seated. Counsel, the court has submitted for your review sentencing phase jury instructions. The court's already read several of the instructions to the jurors, and there are additional instructions. With our apologies, the numbering is out of order, which I'll explain to the jurors just in the manner of which we were putting these together today. But the remaining instructions that have not been read to the jurors would include instruction as labeled number 5, instruction number 9, number 10, 11, 12, 16, and we've got 14 and 15 is the order I'll be reading those in, and a proposed verdict form. So before I give these instructions to the jurors, I do want to have counsel an opportunity to indicate whether or not on the record there are any objections to the form of instructions. The court would note the Supreme Court just recently approved new criminal jury instructions for this sentencing phase, and the court has incorporated those wherever it was practical to do so, and they were not in conflict with any previous given construction or instructions. So from the state, then, I'm not sure who would address the court here. Is it Ms. Blake?
Yes, Your Honor.
Have you reviewed the court's proposed instructions?
Yes, we have, Your Honor.
Have you also reviewed the verdict form?
Yes, we have.
Do you have any objection to the form in which these are going to be submitted to the jurors?
We have no objection, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Pryor, have you been able to review the proposed instructions in the verdict form?
Yes, Your Honor.
As to the instructions, is there any objection to which these have been drafted by the court?
Judge, this has been objected, and I'm just going to make this a verbal objection, and that's going to be that the court applied the standard of reasonable doubt that you chose to apply based on a previous instruction to the jury before the Supreme Court came out with these decisions. However, the Supreme Court has noted that the instructions are to be applied immediately. And just I'm making this a verbal objection to preserve the record that the firmly convinced language of reasonable doubt is what I anticipated and expected to be included in not only the original instructions to the jury, but now the sentencing instructions. And I'll just make that a verbal objection.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Pryor. Are there any other objections on the form of instructions or on the verdict form?
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. Well, Mr. Pryor, on that objection, I've considered that previously in the trial for the reason that we had already given the jurors a instruction defining reasonable doubt, and I didn't want to change midstream that definition, whether in this proceeding or in the course of the trial. I've stuck with the instruction that's been used in Idaho for a long time. I have considered your objection. I am going to overrule that objection. And so the instructions that the court's proposed now are going to be provided. We'll give the jurors courtesy copies. There will be one original copy for them to take with them, as well as an original verdict form. We're going to get those jury instructions distributed at this time just on the juror seats. They'll be able to read along, and then I'll read through final instructions. And then if the parties have closings, you can take those up next. All right, if those have been distributed, then we can have the jurors brought back in, please. Thank you.
All right, please. Here's our present count for you.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'll note on the record, the jurors have returned and we are on the record. At this point, the court is going to read your instructions for this special sentencing proceeding. I've already read certain instructions and those will be included in your copies there. I will note that the numbers are generally out of order on these. Don't concern yourself with the ordering or if there are any gaps in numbers. These are the instructions you're to have in the way they are ordered by number. I'll also note that we'll have an original set of instructions for you in your deliberations. Please don't write on those or mark them up in any way, but you may make any notes if you wish on the copies you've been provided. So the instruction towards the middle of that packet I'm going to be starting with, where I haven't already read through, is labeled instruction number 5. And that's somewhat in the middle, following what I already read on instruction number 7. So instruction number 5 is as follows. You have now heard all the evidence in the case. My duty is to instruct you as to the law. You must follow all the rules as I explain them to you. You may not follow some and ignore others. Even if you disagree or don't understand the reasons for some of the rules, you are bound to follow them. If anyone states a rule of law different from any I tell you, it is my instruction that you must follow. No single instruction describes all the law that must be applied. You must consider the instructions together as a whole. In considering whether a sentence of death is justified, you shall not consider the race, color, religious beliefs, national origin, gender, or sexual orientation of the defendant or of any victim. You are not to impose a death sentence unless you conclude that you would do so no matter what the race, color, religious beliefs, national origin, gender, or sexual orientation of the defendant or victims may be. I have not meant by these instructions or by any ruling or remark I have made to indicate any opinion as to the facts of what your verdict should be. Instruction number 9, you have been instructed that the state has alleged the statutory aggravating circumstance that the murder was committed for remuneration or the promise of remuneration, or the defendant employed another to commit the murder for remuneration or the promise of remuneration. In order to find the defendant guilty of this statutory aggravating circumstance, you must unanimously find, beyond a reasonable doubt, remuneration was a motive, reason, or impetus for the murder and not merely the result of the murder. Remuneration means payment or compensation. Instruction number 10. You have been instructed that the state has alleged the statutory aggravating circumstance that the murder was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity. In order to find the defendant guilty of this statutory aggravating circumstance, you must unanimously find, beyond a reasonable doubt, that the murder was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity. The terms especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel are considered separately, but in combination with manifesting exceptional depravity. The terms heinous, atrocious, or cruel are intended to refer to those first-degree murders where the actual commission of the first-degree murder was accomplished by such additional acts as to set the crime apart from the norm of first-degree murders. A murder is heinous if it is extremely wicked or shockingly evil. Atrocious means outrageously wicked and vile. Cruel means designed to inflict a high degree of pain with utter indifference to or even enjoyment of the suffering of others. This statutory aggravating circumstance does not exist unless the murder was especially heinous, especially atrocious, or especially cruel, and such heinousness, atrociousness, or cruelty manifested exceptional depravity. It might be thought that every murder involves depravity. However, exceptional depravity exists only where depravity is apparent to such an extent as to obviously offend all standards of morality and intelligence. The terms especially heinous, manifesting exceptional depravity, especially atrocious, manifesting exceptional depravity, or especially cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity, focus upon a defendant's state of mind at the time of the offense as reflected by his words and acts. Instruction number 11. You have been instructed that the state has alleged the statutory aggravating circumstance that the murder or circumstances surrounding its commission, the defendant exhibited utter disregard for human life. In order to find the defendant guilty of this statutory aggravating circumstance, you must unanimously find, beyond a reasonable doubt, that by the murder or circumstances surrounding its commission, the defendant exhibited utter disregard for human life. Exhibited utter disregard for human life with regard to the murder or the circumstances surrounding its commission refers to acts or circumstances surrounding the crime that exhibit the highest, the utmost callous disregard for human life, i.e., the cold-blooded, pitiless slayer. Cold-blooded means marked by absence of warm feeling, without consideration, compunction, or clemency, matter of fact or emotionless. Pitiless means devoid of or unmoved by mercy or compassion. A cold-blooded, pitiless slayer refers to a slayer who kills without feeling or sympathy. The utter disregard factor refers to the defendant's lack of conscience regarding killing another human being. Instruction number 12. You have been instructed that the state has alleged the statutory aggravating circumstance that the defendant, by his conduct, whether such conduct was before, during, or after the commission of the murder at hand, has exhibited a propensity to commit murder, which will probably constitute a continuing threat to society. In order to find the defendant guilty of this statutory aggravating circumstance, you must unanimously find, beyond a reasonable doubt, that the defendant, by his conduct, whether such conduct was before, during, or after the commission of the murder at hand, has exhibited a propensity to commit murder, which will probably constitute a continuing threat to society. The phrase exhibited a propensity to commit murder which will probably constitute a continuing threat to society, means conduct showing that the defendant is more likely than not to be a continuing threat to society. You may consider conduct that occurred before, during, or after the commission of the murder you have already found the defendant guilty of in this case. However, a finding that the defendant has a propensity to commit murder which will probably constitute a continuing threat to society cannot be based solely upon the fact that you found the defendant guilty of murder. In order for a person to have a propensity to commit murder, the person must be a willing, predisposed killer, a killer who tends toward destroying the life of another, one who kills with less than the normal amount of provocation. Propensity requires a proclivity, a susceptibility, and even an affinity toward committing the act of murder. Instruction number 16. The state has alleged more than one statutory aggravating circumstance in this case. You must consider whether the state has proven the existence of more than one statutory aggravating circumstance beyond a reasonable doubt by relying on the same facts or independent facts. The same facts without more cannot be relied on to find more than one statutory aggravating circumstance beyond a reasonable doubt. Independent facts must exist for each statutory aggravating circumstance in order for you to find that the state has proven multiple statutory aggravating circumstances beyond a reasonable doubt. Instruction number 14. I have outlined for you the rules of law applicable to this case and have told you of some of the matters which you may consider in weighing the evidence. In a few minutes, counsel will present their closing remarks to you, and then you will retire to the jury room for your deliberations. The arguments and statements of the attorneys are not evidence. If you remember the facts differently from the way the attorneys have stated them, you should base your decision on what you remember. The attitude and conduct of jurors at the beginning of your deliberations are important. It is rarely productive at the outset for you to make an emphatic expression of your opinion on the case or state how you intend to vote. When you do that at the beginning, your sense of pride may be aroused and you may hesitate to change your position. Remember that you are not partisans or advocates, but you are judges. As jurors, you have a duty to consult with one another and to deliberate before making your individual decisions. You may fully and fairly discuss among yourselves all of the evidence you have heard and seen in this courtroom about the case together with the law that relates to this case as contained in these instructions. During your deliberations, you each have a right to re-examine your own views and change your opinions. You should only do so if you are convinced by fair and honest discussion that your original opinion has changed based upon the evidence and the law as given you in these instructions. Consult with one another, consider each other's views, and deliberate with the objective of reaching an agreement if you can do so without disturbing your individual judgment. Each of you must decide the case for yourself, but you should do so only after a discussion and consideration of the case with your fellow jurors. However, none of you should surrender your honest opinion as to the weight or effect of evidence because the majority of the jury feels otherwise, or for the purpose of returning a verdict. Instruction number 15. In reaching your verdict, you must first decide whether the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that any of the statutory aggravating circumstances exist. You must consider each of the alleged statutory aggravating circumstances. Your decision that each statutory aggravating circumstance exists must be unanimous. If you find that the state has failed to prove the existence of any statutory aggravating circumstance, or if you are unable to unanimously agree on that issue, then you must so indicate on the verdict form. If the state has failed to prove the existence of any statutory aggravating circumstance, you need not deliberate further. Merely notify the bailiff that you are done. The judge must then sentence the defendant to life in prison, and the judge must set a fixed period of imprisonment of at least 10 years during which the defendant will not be eligible for parole. If you unanimously find that the state has proven the existence of a statutory aggravating circumstance, then you must so indicate on the verdict form. You must also then consider whether any mitigating circumstances exist to make that imposition of the death penalty unjust. If you find that all mitigating circumstances are sufficiently compelling to make the imposition of the death penalty unjust, or you cannot unanimously agree on that issue, then the defendant will be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. A life sentence without possibility of parole under Idaho law means that a person must spend the rest of his or her natural life in prison. If you find that all mitigating circumstances are not sufficiently compelling to make the imposition of the death penalty unjust, then the defendant will be sentenced to death. You must decide for yourself whether all mitigating factors presented, when weighed against each statutory aggravating circumstance proven by the state, are sufficiently compelling to make the imposition of the death penalty unjust. You do not have to unanimously agree upon what mitigating circumstances exist. The existence of mitigating factors need not be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. You must each decide for yourselves whether mitigating circumstances exist, and if so, then consider them in your individual weighing process. Once you have reached a unanimous decision on whether all mitigating circumstances, when weighed against each aggravating circumstance, make the imposition of the death penalty unjust, or if you cannot unanimously agree on that issue, then you must indicate on the verdict form and notify the bailiff that you are done. All right, that concludes the instructions. As I mentioned, there will be a conforming verdict form that will be submitted for the jury foreperson as well. And the jury foreperson is to remain as the same foreperson that had that role during the guilt phase of the trial. So, counsel, at this time, then that concludes the court's instructions to the jurors. If the state would like to begin with a closing, you may do so at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
And Your Honor, if I may have use of the HDMI.
Yes. Ms. Blake, I'll just inquire on the record, but are there going to be any graphic images in this?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, labeling someone dark, lowering their death percentage, marking them for death. What is the appropriate measure of justice? On August 12th of 2019, Lori switched Tylee's Social Security payments to go into her sole, meaning Lori's sole, BBVA account. The first payment was deposited on August 28th of 2019. Less than 2 weeks later, Tylee was dead. On September 18th of 2019, Lori received the first payments associated with the Social Security that she and JJ were receiving because of Charles' death. Just 5 days later, JJ Vallow was dead. Lori found out that she was not going to get the $1 million life insurance policy on Charles around July 11th of 2019, and she messaged Chad to let him know that. But remember what she told Chad, I'll still get the $4,000 in Social Security. On September 8th of 2019, Tammy's life insurance was increased. Chad signed off on that application. Tammy was dead just a little over a month later, while the attempted shooting was almost 1 month to the day that she upped her life insurance. Remember, the multiple messages relaying the plan is for Chad and Lori to be together, alone on a beach, unencumbered by telestial obstacles. Unencumbered by earthly obstacles. Chad formed the plan. That plan included manipulating those around him to ensure that he could end up on a tropical island with Lori Vallow, who eventually became Lori Vallow Daybell. She was a woman that he deemed to have perfect proportions and to be a goddess. But in order to fund a new lifestyle, living on a tropical island and spending all your time with your new goddess lover, how do you fund that lifestyle? And how do you remove the obstacles to getting there? First, Chad taught others that he could determine whether someone was dark and or possessed. Second, he taught others that if someone was possessed or too dark, then the body had to be destroyed or die to free the person. Third, he started teaching those around him that he could determine death percentages. Essentially, this meant that Chad could mark someone for death and determine when it was their time to go. He exhibited that power to those around him. He exhibited that power of his self-proclaimed visions to those who believed him and followed him. When we talk about if the murders were committed for remuneration or financial gain, the defendant received $430,000 in life insurance money after Tammy's death. Money that was used to fund his life in Hawaii with Lori. Lori continued to receive the Social Security payments from the kids whose bodies were hidden on Chad's property so that they could continue to receive those Social Security payments. The murder was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity. What else could these murders be? Tylee, unknown cause of death, because of her body being burned so severely, there were charred bones, remains in a melted green bucket. JJ, cause of death, plastic bag, asphyxiation by a plastic bag over his head. Not only that, but he had tape over his mouth, a plastic bag over his head, tape around that bag, his arms duct taped from elbow to elbow, and then placed in a black garbage bag. He also had scratches on his neck, and you saw the last known video of JJ. Those scratches don't appear to be there. Tammy, cause of death by asphyxiation, manner, homicide. Tammy killed in her own home, a place where she should have felt safe. Her life extinguished. By the murder, the defendant exhibited utter disregard for human life. Tylee was only 16 years old. JJ only 7 years old. Tammy, a 49-year-old mother of 5. The mother of the defendant's kids. It didn't matter the age of the victim or who relied on them and loved them. If they were in the way of Chad and his plan, and or if there was money to be gained for Lori and Chad, those individuals were marked for death. The defendant, by prior conduct or conduct in the murder at hand, has exhibited a potential to commit murder, which will probably constitute a continuing threat to society. Again, 3 victims killed, all at different times. Again, the defendant determining who was possessed, determining the death percentages, and once again, the defendant determining when it was their time to go. And Alex Cox believing and trusting Chad 100%. Alex said shortly before his death, I am worried I am going to be their fall guy. Another statement he made, either I am a man of God or I am not. Lori, when asked about believing Chad, if Chad is a Satan, he sure is a good one. Chad told more people than just Lori and Alex about people being dark. You heard of other people that were labeled as dark by Chad, including 12-year-old kids. The only difference is it was only those that stood in his way of his plan or who there was going to be financial gain from that ended up dead. Ladies and gentlemen, you will decide what justice is. At every stage of the development of the plan that resulted in the death of Tylee and her body being burnt, with parts still missing, the death of JJ wrapped in plastic bags and duct tape and discarded in Chad's yard, the death of Tammy Daybell, who had her ability to breathe, to live, suppressed. Tylee was last seen on September 8th of 2019. JJ was last seen on September 22nd of 2019. Then Tammy was discovered deceased in her home October 19th, 2019.
My name is Tammy Daybell.
At any point between these deaths, the defendant could have stopped, but he didn't. He continued to rate people as dark and zombies. He continued to determine death percentages, and he continued to move forward with his plan to ensure that he was on a beach with Lori Vallow, unencumbered by earthly relatives, earthly obstacles. Ladies and gentlemen, we ask you to consider what is just in this case in rendering your decision. Thank you.
All right, thank you. At this time, the defense may present a closing if you wish, Mr. Pryor.
Question to,
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to go back to the indictment in this case. And the indictment accused Chad Daybell of espousing religious beliefs. And if you go back and look at the indictment, it talks one of the overt acts was espousing the religious beliefs to justify a killing. One of the other overt acts is that they claim that Chad did a south-southwest wind direction. And if you look back at the indictment, you'll see that all of the other overt acts, every one of them dealt with, as far as JJ and Tylee are concerned, dealt with actions by Lori Vallow. When we talk about remuneration, let's go back and do a little history lesson. Let's talk about Joseph Ryan. Before Chad ever knew Lori Vallow, the plan was set for Joseph Ryan and Lori to collect the insurance, the life insurance proceeds. The plan was already in place before Chad was ever even in the picture. And then we get the plan with Charles Vallow. And then I know I spoke to you at the time of my closing about Chad Daybell and the insurance for, that Lori was claiming to get on Chad. If you've made your decision, but if you look at the indictment, the allegations with Chad Daybell are not about remuneration or money. The allegations with Chad Daybell were allegedly religious beliefs and espousing religious beliefs. And the time we spent on the screen was about religious beliefs that he claimed to have had and that he espoused. This had nothing to do with money. Nothing to do with money. The insurance on Tammy Daybell, the $300,000 was set in 2002. And the state cannot allege that in 2002, Chad Daybell had some plan to collect insurance. When you look at the documents of the upping in the insurance, Tammy Daybell upped her insurance because it was relatively cheap. But the reason Chad Daybell signed that document and signed off is because he was also getting $20,000 insurance. And the only reason he had to sign was because if you listen to what the real estate or the insurance folks said, is if he's getting insurance as well on himself, he has to sign. This has nothing to do with money. You found that there was murders. And I want you to read the statute and the directions and what the judge has presented to you as what you have to find in terms of atrocious conduct. And the judge specifically said there that if you find that there was a murder, that's not enough. You have to go beyond bounds of human decency. And if you look back at this case, if you recall, Chad Daybell was never present for the actual murder of Tylee Ryan. Chad Daybell was never present. There were many other people present for the murder of J.J. Vallow. And whether you believe or not that Chad Daybell suffocated Tammy Daybell, and it's as tragic as that is, that doesn't reach the heinous, atrocious conduct that's defined by what the judge is instructing you. And at this point, folks, I'm going to ask you to find that there was no conduct that rose to the level that the state is trying to present at this point. Thank you.
Chad was the shot caller. He's the one
All
who
right, that
said,
concludes the closing of the defense. Does the state wish to present any brief rebuttal closing?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Very well. That'll conclude the special sentencing proceeding then. In terms of presentation of evidence and argument, the next matter then is the jurors will again retire to deliberate on these questions posed to them in these proceedings. I am going to, although already sworn again for the special proceeding, I'll have the bailiffs who will be holding the jurors during the deliberations. If you'd please come forward, I'm going to have the clerk administer the oath to you in terms of the deliberation. So Madam Clerk, if you would please do that at this time.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will keep this jury together in some quiet and convenient place, that you will not suffer any communication to be made to them, nor make any communication to them yourself on any subject connected with the trial of this case, except to ask if they have agreed upon a verdict, and upon their agreeing upon a verdict, you will return them into open court or upon the order of the court, so help you God.
All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk, and thank you to the bailiffs here. The court will note, of course, that's the original 12 jurors who returned the verdict in this case that will further deliberate on this. And for the alternates, we very much appreciate your continued patience while we work through these processes. At this time then, if all will rise, we'll begin deliberations.
All right.
cook him. Cook him. No, Nala, no barking. You know that. Is Papa at the door? Is that what's up? No. You know better. No barking.
All right, we'll be in recess.
You know what? He has not taken responsibility for anything. The phones that they have, these burner phones, Chad called Alex before and after when he was at his house. See, Chad just thinks he's innocent because he made sure he wasn't there. Chad, why didn't you say your kids were dark? We know 2 of them are right now. If you want to get technical. Just saying. So I'm sure there's going to be a verdict tonight.
Really?
So I'm going to go for now.
Okay, I gotta go to the
then-
feed store.
Yeah, I got some stuff to do here too. But as soon as I know there's a verdict, I will come live again.
Okie dokie. I'll catch you later then. Thank
Okay,
you,
thank you
everybody,
so
for
much.
coming.
Okay, love you all. Bye.